Chapter 298. In the majestic hall, in the vast square. In the middle of the square, there was an extraordinarily large black rock. This black rock was indomitable like a mountain. The names were jumping around with a strange luster. Many people were looking at this blood-red name, including Lin Fei, Jin Rui, Bai Xianyue, Luo Lai, Ouyangyu, Lu Tianjun, Ji Huang, Lu Qingxue, and the others. Hidden Dragon Competition's first place, Qin Feng. Behind him was a third-grade Blood Lotus. Second place, Lin Fei. Third place, Jin Rui. Fourth place, Ouyangyu. Originally, the fourth place was the previous White Tiger's first seat, Yi Nantian. However, Yi Nantian and the Lioli battle team, one of the top 10 battle teams, were all killed by the Demon Temple. Therefore, Battle King Ouyangyu replaced him. Fifth place, King Luo. Sixth place, Bloodbat King Long Xiao. Seventh place, Zhao Xinming. Eighth place, Bai Xianyue. Ninth place, Luo Lai. 10th place, Knight Yuming. The names made many All-Stars College's experts lose their minds. Most of them couldn't believe it. Many people were staring at the first name. Impossible. This stone of leaving names is definitely wrong. This Qin Feng is just a new student of the Azure Dragon Institute. How can he suppress so many geniuses from the previous competition? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake. I can crush a new student like Qin Feng with one hand. How can he be the first place of the Hidden Dragon rankings? Listening to the angry and puzzled voices, Qin Feng felt that there were hundreds and thousands of gazes on him at this moment. Qin Feng was expressionless. He didn't care about the angry gazes of these geniuses. These people were self-righteous. They thought they were superior and were far stronger than him. Naturally, they couldn't bear to see Qin Feng stand up for himself. They wanted to prove themselves, so they slandered him in every way possible. Who knows, he might even step on Qin Feng later. One after another, white lotuses flew out of the stone of leaving names. The remaining elites in Skyscraper Ridge walked out of the lotuses one after another. Many geniuses were still in a daze when they walked out. It felt like a lifetime ago. Qin Feng even saw Yu Yao among the falling lotuses. Yu Yao had pretended to be dead earlier, and Qin Feng had not paid any attention to her. This woman was really lucky and actually managed to survive until the end. Fortunately, before I left, I kept Shirtong in the Azure Sea heaven and earth. Otherwise, I would have lost this live-in lass. Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly as he swept his gaze across the room. Many of the youths were still in a daze. Many of them had sorrowful expressions and bloodstains on their bodies. This time, the Hidden Dragon Point competition was too tragic. Too many elites had died. Many geniuses walked out of the square with pained expressions. However, most of them stayed in the plaza, enjoying the joy of surviving a near-death experience and receiving the compliments of the many geniuses of All-Stars College. After the competition, this place became a sea of joy. Qin Feng became the center of attention. Many familiar friends rushed over, including Zhao Zijing, Li Zhuang, and the others. When they were cleared out by the 10 great battle teams, they were forced to leave. Who would have thought that it was a blessing in disguise? And they managed to escape a great calamity. Seeing them again, Qin Feng was also happy for them. Even though they had lost some opportunities, they still managed to keep their lives. In the distance, a beautiful woman in a yellow palace dress looked at the black-robed youth with her beautiful eyes. She was slightly surprised that she was actually suppressed by a newcomer this time. She secretly used a secret technique to try and check Qin Feng's cultivation. However, what surprised her was that the feeling that Qin Feng gave her was like a vast and boundless galaxy. Could it be that he has some treasure on him that can hide his cultivation? Lin Fei's gaze flickered. Or maybe his cultivation is stronger than mine, so I can't see through his cultivation. This shouldn't be possible. I have already condensed 12 of the strongest Mother Earth spirit veins. There doesn't seem to be any spirit vein aura on his body. It is obvious that he has just broken through to the Meridian's condensation realm. Lin Fei was slightly hesitant, but she instinctively didn't believe that a newcomer like Qin Feng would have such tyrannical strength. Big sister, should we teach him a lesson? At the side, a strong female practitioner asked for instructions. Big sister, you better not make a move on him. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. She was dressed in a white gauze dress and looked like an elegant ice lotus. She was an extremely beautiful woman in white. Once she appeared, she attracted the gazes of many young geniuses. Many young geniuses' gazes landed on her body with traces of passion. The previous green dragon's first seat, Venerable Snow Lotus, was followed by two young girls, Yi Qinghua and Jiang Binger. A trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of the strong female practitioner from before as she asked with a cold smile. Snow Lotus, why can't we make a move on him? I heard that you suffered a great loss in his hands. Could it be that you are afraid? A trace of coldness flashed across Snow Lotus's eyes as she glanced at the strong female practitioner. The latter's body turned cold as if she had fallen into a torrential river of ice. Her entire body shivered. You? I'm not looking down on you, but he can crush an existence like you with one hand. That's impossible, the strong female practitioner shouted. Snow Lotus's lips curled into a cold smile. How is it impossible? I once saw him defeat the three-eyed heavenly lion of the Imperial Sky Lion tribe with my own eyes. If it wasn't for the Demon Temple's big shot, that three-eyed heavenly lion would have been killed by him. Are you stronger than the Imperial Sky Lion tribe? Hearing this, the group of young girls was shocked. Glancing at the black-robed young man, Lin Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She was very clear about her good friend's temperament. Snow Lotus's temperament was cold, and she absolutely disdained to lie. Lin Fei transmitted her voice to Snow Lotus. Junior sister Snow Lotus, is that new fursuit really that powerful? The corner of Snow Lotus's mouth moved slightly. Senior sister Lin, you must not provoke that guy. That guy is powerful and ruthless. He will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Senior sister, you might not know this, but that guy once broke a natural maze formation by himself. What? Lin Fei was shocked and hurriedly transmitted her voice. A natural maze formation. Isn't that an innate formation that even some great mystic masters can't break? His cultivation in mystic formations is actually so high. Snow Lotus smiled bitterly. That's not all. That guy's simply not human. He created a terrifying thing that directly killed thousands of people from the Demon Temple. He was the one who blew up the Demon Hunter Canyon. The Demon Temple was indirectly defeated by him. Hiss! Lin Fei's beautiful face revealed a trace of unconcealable shock. Her body trembled. This was simply terrifying. In the corner, the Sky Sea Pavilion's experts transmitted their voices to each other. On the other side, Jean Rui of the Absolute Beginning Battle Team was also checking on Qin Feng. The other experts, such as Luo Lai, Ouyang Yu, and Yi Yuming, all crossed their arms in front of their chests and looked at Qin Feng in the crowd with cold eyes. They were eager to try. On the other side, in the Five Elements Battle Team, Zhao Xianming stared at the Legacy Stone in disbelief. How could Qin Feng, a newcomer, be number one? Could it be that he picked up a dead fish? Yes, that must be it. The Demon Hunter Canyon was frozen and needed the experts from the Demon Temple to enter the ice cave. He must have used this opportunity to kill many of the Demon Temple's geniuses. That's why the Blood Lotus was 10th grade. Zhao Xianming suddenly looked at the black-robed young man in the crowd. Her eyes were cold and sinister. She felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. Zhao Xianming believed in her judgment. This was also the judgment of most of the geniuses. Ghost King Wu Ying was also angry. This time, he had narrowly escaped death and didn't get any benefits. The coldness in his eyes was shocking. They glanced around and saw Qin Feng and the others talking and laughing. Zhao Xuanming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Let's go and have some fun. The few of them walked towards Qin Feng with a gloomy face full of evil intentions. This is the third update. There will be a fourth update later, around 11 a.m. Chapter 299. From dozens of feet away, Qin Feng felt a malicious aura. He turned around and saw Zhao Xianming, who came with malicious intent. a group of more than 10 people. Each of them was surrounded by evil chi. Their eyes were cold, cruel, and ruthless. Obviously, they were not weak. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Zhao Xianming, who was the leader. His figure was thin and weak, but his body had a fierce aura like that of a wolf. He had a hooked nose, and his long and narrow eyes were dark green with traces of fierceness lingering around them. His hair was erect, and he wore dark green clothes. He had a heavy aura, as if he was the king of a herd of beasts. Qin Feng used a secret technique to check, and saw that there were more than 10 terrifying spiritual veins on Zhao Xuanming's body. Qin Feng is secretly surprised. These are all spirit veins condensed from evil spirits. There are blood evil spirits, ice evil spirits, iron blood evil spirits, sky devil evil spirits, nether evil spirits, and more than 10 kinds of high-grade evil spirits. Spiritual veins condensed from such evil chi were very scary. This Zhao Xianming actually wants to walk the path of the innate demon and condense the innate demon origin. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't know that this is a dead end. There's a saying that one will die if one is surrounded by evil chi. Anyone who tries to condense evil chi, death chi, or evil chi into spiritual veins will be spurned by fate. They will be plagued by bad luck and die halfway. Very few people can survive countless tribulations and reach the sea of reincarnation realm. Thinking, Qin Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. But it was undeniable that warriors who condensed sky demon spiritual veins were much stronger than their peers. But in my eyes, they're still trash. He added this sentence in his heart. Zhao Xianming came over and said, Qin Feng, I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Xuanming's eyes were cold, and he stood with his arms crossed. Beside Qin Feng, Zhao Zhijing wanted to say something, but he was glanced at by Qin Feng. Zhao Zhijing's face turned pale, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was slightly injured. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and stood in front of Zhao Zhijing with a smile on his face. Qin Feng wanted to cripple Zhao Xianming immediately, but he sensed that there was a strong existence watching them, so he decided to hold back. Qin Feng said, Brother Zhao, I don't know what you want. Zhao's eyes, and he smiled coldly. I want to borrow something from you. What do you want to borrow? The smile on Qin Feng's face did not decrease. I'll borrow your first place reward, the black iron armor. 10,000 points and 200 merit points. Zhao Xuanming's face was indifferent and her tone was overbearing. What if I don't want to borrow it? Qin Feng also didn't expect that before he even got the benefits of first place in the Hidden Dragon Point competition, there would already be people eyeing it. Qin Feng felt that when he made his move later, it would not be as simple as crippling Zhao Xianming. Then I'll take it myself, Zhao Xianming said indifferently. He didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. With victory in his hand, Qin Feng was like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Zhao Xianming, don't you think you're going too far? You and I are from the same sect, and we're in the All-Stars College. It's not good to treat a fellow disciple like this. Bai Yun and Yun Mo stood out, and their eyes revealed a trace of anger. This was a robbery in broad daylight. Wasn't this going too far? I'm saving him. With his strength, do you think he's worthy of wearing the black iron combat suit? A man's wealth is his own ruin. You'd better hand over the treasure. Only in my hands can this treasure play its true role. Zhao Xianming sneered and glanced at Qin Feng with disdain. Bai Yun and Yun Mo still wanted to say something. Zhao Xianming interrupted. Enough. Junior sisters don't need to say anything. I'm giving him a choice out of kindness. Otherwise, I'll just take it away. You. The two girls raised their eyebrows. I, Zhao Xianming, want this black iron armor. You'd better hand it over obediently. By the way, you rewarded junior brother Ao Shun a few days ago. This is also a debt. You have to kneel in the base of my 5-element squad and reflect on yourself. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Zhao Xianming glanced at Qin Feng coldly. Many people watched this scene as if it was a good show. Lin Fei's eyes were strange. Jin Rui sneered. By Xian Yue, Luo Lai, and Yi Yuming stood in the distance and watched. Many experts were watching this scene from afar. The smile on Qin Feng's face gradually disappeared. This Zhao Xianming was indeed arrogant. She dared to threaten him in public at All Stars College. She was simply a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. And those elders of All Stars College, they're hiding in the dark. They must be watching the show to see how I'm going to deal with this. All right, I'll let you watch the show. Qin Feng moved his arms, looked up at Zhao Xianming, and said slowly, "Are you done?" Zhao Xianming was startled. The next moment, a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. "What do you mean? What do I mean? I'm going to cripple you. If you don't call me ancestor 1,000 times today, don't even think about leaving." With a cold laugh, Qin Feng directly made his move at this moment. The boundless true energy around his body transformed into a Milky Way, like a vast and mighty Milky Way, soundlessly striking out with a thunderous strike. Boom! A silver-white brilliance erupted, and the entire square seemed to rise like a star. The terrifying aura blew some of the meridian condensing stage experts nearby. Swish! The silver-white galaxy had already arrived in front of Zhao Xianming. Zhao Xianming came back to his senses and saw a boundless galaxy in front of his chest. The vast torrent was like a monstrous wave. A trace of shock flashed across his face. He mobilized more than a dozen qi condensing meridians in his body to gather in front of his chest to form a shield. Pucci, but it was useless. Qin Feng's star, true power, directly tore apart the qi condensing meridians. Zhao Xuanming's heavenly fiend true power was like a rag in front of Qin Feng's heavenly Dao true power. A huge hole appeared in the true power. Zhao Xuanming's face turned pale. Qin Feng's palm pierced through the hole like lightning and struck Zhao Xuanming's chest. Boom! Zhao Xuanming's spine was directly shattered into countless bone fragments, which flew out from her flesh and blood. Pucci! Zhao Xianming spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood mist. His face was pale white. "You're already spitting out blood. This is just the beginning." Qin Feng's eyes had a trace of a sneer. Qin Feng kicked toward the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A hole opened up in the ground, and Zhao Xuanming's body directly crashed into it. Traces of blood flowed out from the hole. Blood-red blood burst out. That scene shocked everyone. Some experts could see with a single glance that Zhao Xuanming's hands and feet had been completely shattered by that attack. The tyrannical Zhao Xianming was beaten into a human stick in 2 moves. He was on the verge of death. Not good. This brat is actually so ferocious. This Xianming is actually going to be beaten to death. In the dark, the 2 silver-robed elders' faces changed. They were about to rush out to save him. Sigh. This Zhao Xianming was so arrogant earlier. This old man thought that he was more durable. He actually lost in 1 move and was crippled in 2 moves. These juniors, if they can't afford to play, then don't act so arrogantly. This old man was not mentally prepared at all. This old man couldn't even save him in time. Qin Feng was about to kick again. "Little brother, wait. Don't kick him." 2 silver lights flashed, and 2 smiling old men appeared in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 300. The 2 old men flashed and appeared in front of Qin Feng in the next moment. So, it's Qianxing and Tianfa elders. Qin Feng recognized the 2 smiling silver-robed old men. They were the head and vice-head of Tianxing Hall. The 2 old men had great authority. Qin Feng quietly used a secret technique to take a look and was immediately stunned. He couldn't see through it. They were 2 big shots in the sea of reincarnation realm. His heart moved. Qin Feng stepped forward, pointed to Zhao Xianming on the ground, and said, "The 2 elders have come at the right time. I ask the 2 elders to give justice to this disciple. This child is extremely vicious. He actually extorted and threatened fellow disciples in broad daylight, completely ignoring the rules of the academy, completely not putting the Star Academy in his eyes. This is simply a heinous crime that cannot be punished. Now, this disciple has caught him on the spot. I ask the 2 elders to deal with him." Qin Feng moved his lips and spoke. First, he took the moral high ground and put a hat on Zhao Xianming. This was Zhao Xuanming's usual trick. Today, retribution came. Ghost King Wu Ying was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to move. He noticed that Qin Feng was looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Wu Ying felt a chill in his heart. His eyes flashed with fear. He's so strong. He defeated Zhao Xianming in 2 moves. Wu Ying's mouth was bitter. Although the two of them overestimated Qin Feng's strength, they thought that he was at most on par with one of them. There were so many people in the 5 Elements battle team. Qin Feng couldn't escape from the palm of their hands. They didn't expect that Qin Feng's strength was beyond imagination. Really, Tianfa Elder looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng was righteous. Of course it's true. Many of our fellow disciples can testify. A young man jumped out and said loudly, "Elders, Qin Feng is speaking nonsense. He is clearly the one who is cruel and tyrannical, wantonly injuring his fellow sect members. This brat is vicious and ruthless. I implore the 2 elders to uphold justice." Yes, all of us witnessed it with our own eyes. Many of us can testify. Elder, our senior brother Zhao is seriously injured. This is solid evidence. You can't let this murderer go. More than 10 experts from the 5 Elements battle team clamored and stared at Qin Feng fiercely. In the distance, Luo Lai raised his red eyebrows and smiled at his good friend, Warlord Ouyang Yu. It seems like Qin Feng is going to be out of luck. Tian Xing and Tian Fa are the 2 great figures in charge of the Heaven's Punishment Hall. They are famous for being impartial and merciless. I heard that Qin Feng also injured one of the 6 punishment masters of the Heavenly Punishment Hall, Jin Xiaohuang. Jin Xiaohuang is the Heavenly Punishment Elder's disciple in name. What a small world. There were also experts at the side who chuckled. Qin Feng is going to suffer. If you fall into the Heaven's Punishment Hall, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. Within the absolute beginning battle team, Li Qiubai and Lu Qingyang were also discussing amongst themselves. Their gazes fell on Qin Feng with a hint of anticipation. While everyone was discussing, Elder Tian Xing and Elder Tian Fa were also quietly conversing with each other. According to Martial Uncle Ouyang, it's this kid. He used a heavenly treasure to kill thousands of Demon Temple's geniuses. This kid is really ruthless. Yeah, if it weren't for the Martial Uncles, not only would the Demon Temple's experts be killed, but our All-Stars College would also suffer heavy losses. However, it's all thanks to him that the Demon Temple was forced to admit defeat and retreat. What a ruthless kid. Fortunately, this kid isn't a heartless person who can't differentiate between right and wrong. Otherwise, no matter how strong his talent is, our All-Stars College won't tolerate him. The Martial Uncles think highly of him. If it weren't for him, our All-Stars College's reputation would have been swept to the ground. The 2 great figures were quietly conversing. Elder Tian Xing's gaze fell on the black-robed youth and sneered. "All right, kid, don't be pretentious anymore. We saw everything that happened just now. It's obvious that you injured your fellow disciples because of a disagreement." As soon as these words came out, some of the experts in the 5 Elements battle team couldn't help but be enraptured. Their gazes locked on a Qin Feng with a trace of sharp sneer in their eyes. Bai Yun, Yin Mo, Zhao Zhijing, and the others clenched their fists with a trace of worry. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Elder Tian Xing changed the topic and said with a smile, "Qin Feng kid, I heard that you snuck into the ape race's sacred mountain and stole a large amount of spirit wine." Spirit wine? Qin Feng's thoughts were clear. How could he not understand the thoughts of these 2 old fellows? With a flash of his hand, 2 jars of 1,000-year-old jade spirit wine appeared in his palm. Spatial treasure? Seeing the spirit wine suddenly appear in Qin Feng's palm, some of the experts in the surroundings had a strange look in their eyes. Spatial treasures were extremely rare. They could separate a space to store treasures. This ability could only be done by reincarnation experts. Other than that, there were only some spatial treasures. These spatial treasures mostly came from the hands of some big-shot blacksmiths. All-Stars College had so many geniuses and Heaven's prides, but not many of them had spatial treasures. 2 elders, Qin Feng also had a fortuitous encounter these days and obtained a few jars of spirit wine. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to send them to the two elders. Since I've encountered you, then Qin Feng will present you with borrowed flowers." Qin Feng chuckled, and the 2 jars of thousand-year-old spirit wine flew towards the two elders. This kid still dares to complain about being poor and say a few jars of spirit wine. I'm afraid it's a few thousand jars. You've already stolen the ape race's thousands of years of heritage. Elder Tianxing and Elder Tianxing waved their sleeves and received the 2 jars of spirit wine. They looked at each other and laughed. Around the vast square, a circle of experts stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Moreover, these 2 impartial elders were openly asking for bribes. Favoritism. The group of Heaven's Prides of the 5 Elements battle team looked at each other and cursed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to openly question. These 2 old guys had too much authority, and it was said that they were the most favorable competitors for Palace Master 3 enclosures. Elder Tianxing and Elder Tianxing's eyes swept across the square, and they took in the gazes of the youths. They sneered in their hearts. What do you know? This 1,000-year-old jade spirit wine is a supreme grade spirit wine. This kind of treasure is not only excellent for cultivation, but also the best of the best in taste. It's rarely seen even in 1,000 years. If we don't act now, when the elders of the peaks hear the news and rush over, we won't even be able to get a single strand of hair. The 2 elders looked at each other, and they both saw the smile in each other's eyes. Elder Tianxing waved his sleeves. This Zhao Xianming provoked Qin Feng and was injured by Qin Feng. He only has himself to blame. Both of them are in the wrong. This matter is over. The 2 elders turned and left, but before Elder Tianxing led them away, the corner of his mouth twitched. Elder Tianxing's old voice sounded in Qin Feng's ears. "Kid, the 2 of us have benefited from you, and we won't take it for free. Let me tell you something. This time, you've wiped out all the elites of the Demon Temple. Now, you're on the must-kill list of many races in the Demon Temple. You have to be careful. All-Stars College may not be safe." Chapter 301. Demon Temple's People. A trace of dread flashed across Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng was clear that the Hidden Dragon Tournament was just a small skirmish between All-Stars College and Demon Temple. This was definitely not the Demon Temple's true strength. Demon Temple was able to contend with All-Stars College, and even the Xingqian school behind All-Stars College for thousands of years, their strength could be seen at a glance. If this behemoth set its eyes on him, Qin Feng's heart was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. Elder Tian Fa was right. Even if he was in All-Stars College, he might not be safe. Whatever, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. As the saying goes, block soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Not to mention, with All-Stars College as my backing, they won't dare to be too presumptuous. At most, they'll assassinate me. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as he pondered. If it was just an internal injury, Qin Feng wasn't afraid of anyone. Turning around, he scanned the surroundings. The 5 Elements battle team members had pulled Zhao Xianming out of the pit, each of them filled with resentment. Occasionally, they would glance at Qin Feng like hungry wolves, wanting nothing more than to tear him into pieces. Qin Feng was expressionless as he walked toward Zhao Zhijing, Li Zhuang, and the others. When his gaze fell on Bai Yun's face blushed a little. Her watery eyes rippled, revealing traces of splendor. The black dress girl, Yin Mo, sized up Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes, as if she was getting to know him again. Qin Feng defeated Zhao Xianming in 2 moves. This really shocked a group of people. Although Wolf King Zhao Xuanming's reputation was bad, his strength wasn't weak. Among the second year's experts, he was one of the best, a famous character. In the distance, Yi Yuming was also wearing a black robe. His black hair hung loosely, and his eyes revealed a trace of admiration. How many years has it been since the Azure Dragon Institute had such a strong freshman first seat? Fiery Monarch Luo Lai smiled faintly. Maybe. Battle King Ouyang Yu shook his head and said, The Hidden Dragon ranking competition is just the beginning of All Stars College's cultivation. Let's not talk about these freshmen, just us, although we have some fame in All Stars College. We know that there is still a huge gap between us and the true geniuses. After leaving the Stellar Cluster Hall, Qin Feng headed straight for the Contribution Hall. The Myriad Star Academy was worthy of being one of the top academies in the various domains. Even in the evening, it was still bustling with activity. On the wide road, people were coming and going. Many students were in groups of 2s and 3s. The martial arts atmosphere here was extremely rich. Intense discussions among the crowd's sect, but there was no weapons, martial arts sex disciples. Half an hour later, Qin Feng saw a majestic ancient palace. The palace was located in the middle of the Star Academy, and it was surrounded by palaces that were like clouds. His gaze fell on the light purple sandalwood plaque in the palace. 3 simple and unadorned words were faintly discernible, flickering with majesty and solemnity. Contribution Hall. The light in Qin Feng's eyes fluctuated. Qin Feng's eyes looked around. The students passing by here all looked at this electroplating building with a trace of passion and desire. Many of them were in a hurry when they entered. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and apprehension. But when they came out, they were all beaming with joy. It seemed like they had gained a lot. Many people noticed the black-robed Qin Feng and looked at him strangely. But soon, they were attracted by the Contribution Hall. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at this majestic palace. He lifted his leg and walked into the hall. Just as Qin Feng walked into the Contribution Hall, a gust of wind rushed in from the door. It wasn't a single person, but a group of people. This group of people didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He circulated the 8 Desolation Immortal Mystic Art and blasted a huge force on his body. Bang! Along with a miserable scream, the group of people behind him exclaimed, "Who is it? Don't you have eyes? Ouch, it hurts. What's going on? Which bastard is blocking the way in front?" Hearing the sound of people being thrown off their feet, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He moved aside in a flash. When he turned around, a group of young men in tight clothes appeared in front of him. One of the young men holding a sword was glaring at Qin Feng angrily. Qin Feng bumped into this person just now. Then, he was sent flying and crashed into others. Just as he was about to scold him, a burst of noise came from outside the Contribution Hall. The young man's expression changed. He glared at Qin Feng fiercely, got up, and led the group of young men to open a path in the sea of people in the Contribution Hall. He shouted while maintaining order. "People in front, hurry up and make way. Senior Sister Qi Xia is here. Senior Sister Qi Xia is here. Unrelated people, hurry up and make way." "What? Senior Sister Qi Xia is here. Everyone make way. It's actually Senior Sister Qi Xia Hurry up and make way. It's rare to see Senior Sister Qi Xia Didn't this Senior Sister Qi Xia go into the underground blood river? Why did she come back this time?" There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Many of the geniuses' eyes were burning. They looked eagerly outside the hall and automatically made way. A path was forcibly opened in the slightly crowded hall. Qin Feng was mixed in the crowd. He was pushed to the back of the crowd. Not long after, Qin Feng saw a tall and graceful woman in purple walk in from outside the Contribution Hall. This woman was about 24 or 25 years old. Her delicate cheeks were beautiful, ethereal, and dreamy. She was like a goddess from the 9th heaven. Her figure was very tall, and her development was astonishing. She had curves in all the right places, and her well-developed and mature body was filled with a noble aura. Her long black hair was bound by a lavender hairband and fell behind her shoulders. Her face was radiant and beautiful. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. "Who is she?" In the crowd, someone looked at this beautiful woman with burning eyes. "This is our All-Stars College's ranking of stars expert, Qi Xia. The ranking of stars is a large-scale ranking that includes all the geniuses in All-Stars College. Even the famous Vermilion Bird first seat Lin Fei in the Hidden Dragon Tournament is ranked in the hundreds. Senior sister Chi Xia is not only a top 20 expert on the ranking of stars, but also one of the famous beauties in All Stars College. All these years, she has guarded the Blood River secret realm. It is said that the number of second-stage demon kings that died in her hands is not small. She's actually so scary. Second-stage demon kings. Aren't they experts that are comparable to sea wheel experts? That's right. At this moment, the hubbub in front of the contribution hall suddenly cooled down. Everyone's burning eyes dimmed as an almost perfect man appeared beside Chi Xia. Black and shiny hair, slanted straight eyebrows, slender black eyes that hid sharpness, thin and lightly pursed lips, an angular face, a tall and slender figure that was not boorish. He was like an eagle in the night, cold and arrogant, yet aggressive. He was alone and exuded a domineering aura that looked down on heaven and earth. He had an extremely fierce aura, confident and callous, with a trace of domineering aura that could not be defied. He was like a blazing sun that emitted endless radiance, making all the young people present lose their brilliance. Many young girls present couldn't help but reveal ripples of splendor in their eyes. They were fascinated. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the purple-clothed woman. He operated a secret technique and quietly sized up this woman. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that his secret technique actually lost its effect. He couldn't see through it. Was this a Sea of Reincarnation realm expert? Qin Feng was secretly shocked, as if she had sensed it. The woman turned her head and looked at Qin Feng's extremely ordinary black robe. The purple-clothed woman frowned. This perfect young man seemed to have noticed the purple-clothed woman's strange behavior. His gaze followed the purple-clothed woman's line of sight and landed on Qin Feng. He frowned slightly, and in the next moment, a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. A surge of spiritual energy swept towards Qin Feng. This is the second update. The third and fourth updates tonight. Chapter 302. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in Qin Feng's mind as an extremely terrifying energy gushed over. Qin Feng's mind was buzzing. Not good. This is a divine sense attack. Divine sense was the power of the spiritual consciousness after it had transformed. Divine sense already had a trace of divinity in it. Divine sense itself had the word divinity, which indicated that it had divine power and supernatural power. It was extremely powerful. This kind of attack could easily turn a martial artist into an idiot. This man used a divine sense attack on Qin Feng, just because Qi Xia glanced at Qin Feng. He was really ruthless. Qin Feng closed his eyes, and elite sweat dripped down from his forehead. Qin Feng's spiritual sense has transformed into a spiritual mountain. Countless divine thoughts have transformed into thunderbolts that descend from the sky, bombarding the spiritual mountain transformed from his spiritual sense. In just a split second, the spiritual mountain transformed from Qin Feng's spiritual sense has been pierced with thousands of holes. After the divine sense receded like the tide, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and his face turned pale. This bastard is really ruthless. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. Being attacked by a divine sense attack from a Sea of Reincarnation realm martial artist, if it was an ordinary Meridian's realm martial artist, even if he didn't become an idiot, he would at least have to recuperate for a few years. A few years. This was All Stars College, where geniuses gathered with fierce competition. Not to mention a few years. Even a few months' delay would have serious consequences. This man, just because Qin Feng glanced at Qi Xia, wanted to destroy Qin Feng's cultivation path. Qin Feng was expressionless. He raised his head and looked coldly at the handsome man in a black robe. The man's eyebrows moved, and he was slightly surprised. He looked at Qin Feng with surprise. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Qi Xia noticed the strange expression of the handsome man beside her. Yan Ji's lips curled into a faint smile. His starry eyes landed on the beautiful woman beside him, carrying with them tenderness and heat. "Junior sister, it's fine. Let's go. This time, we have gained a lot from the Blood River. It's just nice to exchange for some space treasures. I know a secret place that might contain the legendary seed of the World Tree. This time, we can explore it together. If we can get the seed of the World Tree and open up our inner world, our advancement to the Nirvana realm will be in the bag. Chi's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of amazement. Seeing your brother's fortuitous encounter is amazing. To be able to discover the whereabouts of a legendary treasure like the seed of the World Tree, as expected of a peerless genius ranked in the top 10 of the ranking of stars. Yingu smiled faintly. Junior sister, you flatter me. Bastard couple. Looking at the couple who were talking and laughing, Qin Feng suppressed the anger that was causing him a splitting headache. A boundless killing intent rose from his heart. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed this killing intent. He closed his eyes and fully operated the 8 Desolation Immortal Mystic Art. After meditating on the World Tree, Qin Feng understood a trace of the mystery of the operation of the World Tree. The 8 Desolation Immortal Mystic Art was even more mysterious. A moment later, the injury on Qin Feng's spiritual sense was almost healed. Qin Feng extracted some spring of life from his body and merged it with his soul. The injury on his soul was instantly healed. When it came to the tempering of his spiritual sense, Qin Feng's soul was even more condensed. The operation of his spiritual sense was more sensitive. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Qin Feng opened his eyes. At this moment, he heard a cry of surprise from afar. Wow, such a big demon soul essence. This demon soul essence is exuding such a strong soul essence. Only a rank 2 Demon King can drop a demon soul essence of this level. A rank 2 Demon King. A rank 2 Demon King's strength is comparable to a rank 2 Beast King. Moreover, the demons in the underground blood river are ferocious by nature. They are even stronger than ordinary sea wheel realm experts of the same level. Yingu actually took out a dozen of such demon soul essences at once. This means that he has killed at least a dozen rank 2 Demon Kings. Qin Feng raised his head and heard the exclamations from the crowd. His expression changed slightly. What? This Yingu can actually kill a rank 2 Demon King. Qin Feng's face darkened. At the backstage, a delicate and pretty girl in green saw Yingu and Qi take out so many demon soul essences at once. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. So many treasures were far beyond her authority to handle. Please wait for a moment. The girl in green looked at Yingu and Qi and said nervously, I can't make the decision for such treasures. I have already informed the elders. The elders will handle it personally later. Yingu said gracefully, Junior sister, don't be nervous. We just need to wait for a moment. We just came from the Blood River and can rest for a while. The girl in green blushed and became even more excited when she heard this. Her pair of watery eyes fell on Yin Ji's body. The girl's eyes were filled with love, and a trace of her heart instantly sank. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Many girls looked at Yingu with their eyes full of love. Qin Feng was expressionless as he listened to the discussion around him. Qin Feng gradually grasped the general origin of Yingu. Yingu came from Jimu Peak of Xingqian School. He was a disciple of the Peak Master of Jimu Peak. He was born noble and had amazing talent. He broke through the sea of reincarnation realm at the age of 18. Now that a few years had passed, his cultivation was even more unfathomable. In All-Stars College, he could be said to be extremely powerful. He suppressed countless geniuses. In All-Stars College, his ranking among the younger generation was even scarier. He was ranked 3rd in the star list. This was a huge mountain. He had a promising future. It was said that once he returned to Xingqian School in the future, he could be promoted to a true disciple. He would become an authority that controlled the life and death of countless disciples. You have a great background. However, since you dare to hurt me today, no matter what your background is, I will make you pay back 100 times or 1,000 times. Qin Feng opened his eyes. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Smiling coldly, Qin Feng turned around and walked toward the side hall in the contribution hall. Hidden Dragon Points Competition Award Location. Qin Feng saw such a sign hanging on a side hall in the corridor. There was also a signboard beside it. The corridor was cold and cheerless. The orange sun crystal emitted a gentle halo. Qin Feng looked at this side hall and walked in. In the side hall, an old man with a sloppy beard was drinking wine with drowsy eyes. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Are you the new students who came to receive the award? Do you see the crystal in front of you? Point your palms at it and release your lotus mark. Qin Feng's eyes focused. He tilted his head, and his gaze landed on a pure crystal stone tablet in front of the sloppy old man. Walking in front of the crystal stone tablet, Qin Feng thought for a while. He reached out his hand and pressed it on the crystal stone tablet. The crystal stone tablet was crystal clear and soft to the touch. An invisible suction force was born on the crystal stone tablet. A 10th grade blood-red lotus appeared on Qin Feng's palm. The blood-red lotus reflected on the crystal stone tablet. A trace of demonic crystal red light suddenly appeared. A line of light golden words appeared on the stone tablet. 10th grade red lotus, first place of the Hidden Dragon Points competition. First seat of the Azure Dragon, Qin Feng. The sloppy old man's eyebrows moved slightly. He raised his head. His blurred eyes revealed a moment of clarity. He glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body stiffened. It was as if his entire body was seen through by this old man. Qin Feng was shocked. This old man. What an abnormal cultivation. Qin Feng, right? This is your reward. A clear voice came. Accompanied by a bang, an exquisite golden box appeared in front of Qin Feng. Throwing the reward over like a piece of junk, the sloppy old man glanced at Qin Feng and sighed. The juniors nowadays don't know how to respect the elders at all. They often curse the elders in their hearts as old men. This old man's heart is really broken. This is the third update. There is a fourth update coming soon. Chapter 303. Qin Feng's muscles stiffened, and he took a deep breath. This ordinary old man in front of him could even probe his thoughts in the depths of his soul. Could this be a martial arts giant? The sloppy old man seemed to have seen through Qin Feng's thoughts. It's not that mysterious. I just have some understanding of the Tao of the soul. Qin Feng's expression changed. The Tao of the soul was the strangest. Martial artists who specialized in the Tao of the soul were much harder to deal with than other martial artists. The sloppy old man said impatiently, "All right, kids, stop guessing. Take out your points card." Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng calmed his mind. He tried hard to maintain a calm state of mind, so that he wouldn't reveal some secrets to this old man. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng took out his points card. The sloppy old man took Qin Feng's silver point card and took out a golden card. Countless silver runes flew out from the golden point card and rushed into Qin Feng's point card like countless silver bees. Visible to the naked eye, nearly 100 bright silver lines appeared on Qin Feng's point card one after another. After 7 or 8 breaths, the silver runes changed. A wisp of golden light appeared, and golden runes appeared one after another. With the appearance of the golden runes, Qin Feng's silver point card gradually turned pale gold. The whole card emitted a pale gold light, which was magnificent. The sloppy old man noticed Qin Feng's surprised look and said lightly, "Don't be surprised. When your points exceed 10,000, the point card will automatically upgrade and become a gold card." After more than 10 breaths, the sloppy old man casually threw the point card that had turned pale gold to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took it and closed his eyes. His powerful spiritual sense broke into the pale gold point card. 10,033 points, 200 merit points. The reward for the first place of the Hidden Dragon Point competition was really generous. This was a huge sum of money. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with eagerness. He took a deep breath and steadied his mind. With this huge sum of money, not only would he be able to secure the identity of a rank 6 disciple, but he would also be able to exchange for the third layer of the art of primeval stars and the star armor. Qin Feng looked at the gold box that the sloppy old man had thrown to him like a piece of trash. The star armor was of utmost importance. But how does this thing recognize its master? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of difficulty. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the sloppy old man who was drinking by himself. With a thought, a jar of thousand-year jade spirit wine appeared in his hand. Qin Feng unsealed the wine jar. Clang! The wine jug in the sloppy old man's hand fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the fragrant wine spilled out. The sloppy old man turned a blind eye to it and stared at the thousand-year jade spirit wine in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Senior, I got this spirit wine by chance. As the saying goes, it's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Senior seems to be a wine lover. Why don't you help me taste it?" Hearing this, the sloppy old man laughed. "Great, you know how to behave." A gray shadow flashed, and the next moment, the sloppy old man appeared in front of Qin Feng. He took the wine jar and opened the wine seal. A strong wine aroma rushed out. The sloppy old man's eyes lit up and his nose twitched. What a strong wine aroma. What a strong spiritual qi. Isn't this the monkey wine of the ape tribe? Kid, where did you get it? The sloppy old man stared at Qin Feng with his shining eyes. Qin Feng's heart tightened, and he said under Qin Feng's eyes, "I'm sorry. I was passing by the sacred mountain of the ape tribe, and I happened to see a group of monkeys having a feast. While they were drunk, I got a few jars." "I see." The sloppy old man nodded and looked away. His face was full of regret. What a good opportunity. The strength of the monkeys in the wilderness is not great, but their ability to make wine is extraordinary. It is said that the thousand-year-old spirit wine is the most ordinary one. There are 1,000-year-old and even 10,000-year-old spirit wines above it. The 10,000-year-old spirit wines contain countless mysteries. Even the reincarnation supremacy would benefit from a sip. The sloppy old man drank the wine and squinted his eyes. Yes, this is the smell. This old man once slaughtered a few monkeys in the desolate wilderness. I obtained a gourd of monkey wine from one of the monkeys with a rather high status. However, it was all ordinary 100-year-old goods. This is 1,000-year-old spirit wine. It's very precious. The sloppy old man opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. "Kid, for the sake of this wine, I'll help you. It's not difficult to get the Star Battle suit, but it's not easy either." The sloppy old man didn't even look at Qin Feng as he continued speaking. The astral battle armor is the foundation of the All-Star Academy and even the Star Sect. This item is naturally extremely precious. From the direct disciples of the Star Sect to the geniuses of the All-Star Academy, all the disciples would be proud to have a set of astral battle armor. However, there are still many inner disciples and even some powerful true disciples who don't have a Star Battle suit. The initial form of the Star Battle suit is the black iron form. There are more powerful forms, such as the bronze form, the silver form, and the gold form. There are many unknown changes in the gold form. You don't need to know that for the time being. You only need to know that even if you become the master of chaos, the creator, or even the eternal dominator one day, this Star Battle suit can still play a role beyond your imagination. Because this is a congenital battle suit that can grow with its owner. Qin Feng perked up his ears and listened carefully. His eyes concealed the shock in his heart. Qin Feng had underestimated the value of the Star Battle suit. The Star Battle suit contained a big secret. Qin Feng sipped the wine in the jar. Seeing that the old man's jar was empty, he gave him another jar at the right time. The sloppy old man's eyes lit up. He took the wine and said with a smile, "The Star Battle suit doesn't have any attributes. It will evolve according to the owner's physique and the Star True energy in the direction most suitable for the owner. It will automatically nurture the Star Profound meaning. Kid, now you open this golden box. I'll teach you how to awaken this Star Battle suit and refine it." Qin Feng's face lit up. This step was indeed the right one. Suppressing the joy in his eyes, Qin Feng walked forward and opened the golden box according to the sloppy old man's instructions. What entered his eyes was a silver-white iron ball. The iron ball was silver and emitted a soft luster. A shapeless aura was emitted. Qin Feng felt like he was looking at a huge star. The sloppy old man's voice sounded in his ears. "Every Star Battle suit only has one owner. Once the Star Master dies, the battle suit will die with him. Of course, the evolution of the Star Battle Suit is also related to the strength of the owner. You should have also cultivated the Origin Star Seal of All Stars College's True Inheritance Origin Star Seal. Now, you should circulate the Origin Star Seal and project your Origin Star Seal onto the battle suit. Then, you can try to awaken the Star Battle Suit and start to shape it. Hearing the sloppy old man's words, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He followed the old man's instructions and closed his eyes. A moment later, a blood-red luster appeared in his eyes. A blood-red star instantly rushed out of Qin Feng's body and crashed into the iron ball in the golden box. Looking at this blade that contained boundless evil aura, the sloppy old man's eyes lit up. This was an ominous star. Good kid. The sloppy old man's eyes had a trace of real sobriety. Qin Feng had piqued his interest. Awakening the star suit is the first step. The second step is resonance. With your talent, resonance is very easy. The third step is shaping. What you need to pay attention to is shaping. Everyone's star suit has a different shape, and it can only be shaped once. Once it is fixed, it can never be changed. Many people have started to shape it into all kinds of weird shapes, and it is too late for regrets. However, don't think too much now. Focus on awakening the battle suit. The first step is very crucial. Generally speaking, the stronger the origin star, the better your battle suit's starting point. If there are some special stars, perhaps your battle suit will have some special abilities. Chapter 304. When a natal star mark was projected on the star ball, Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly, and his mind appeared above a galaxy, surrounded by countless nebulas, and below his feet was the perishing God Star. Bang! 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 Qin Feng curled up above the galaxy, as if he felt a surging and powerful heartbeat. That heartbeat was getting closer and closer. Qin Feng gradually straightened his body and suddenly opened his eyes. A gorgeous battle suit appeared in front of him. It was a blood-red cloak, a perfectly streamlined body armor, and below it were leg and foot guards. These leg and foot guards were perfect and could defend most of Qin Feng's vital points. The upper body was covered with arm guards, wrist guards, and a helmet. This set of battle suit was completely in line with Qin Feng's concept. It was practical, but not lacking in dominance and magnificence. In Qin Feng's vision, with this set of battle suit, some of the flaws in the first level of the 8 Desolation Immortal Mysterious Art would be perfectly made up. This set of Star Battle Suit and the 8 Desolation Immortal Mysterious Art complemented each other. Every armor of the battle suit corresponded to some important acupuncture points and meridians. Every time Qin Feng operated the art of the primeval stars, there would be a trace of true power following closely to temper this set of battle suit. This set of battle suit would become stronger and stronger. Qin Feng closed his eyes. At the same time, in the side hall, a surge of murderous aura appeared, and the silver-white iron ball in the golden box instantly began to change. A trace of pure black and red murderous aura lingered. The star ball began to change. The first thing to appear was a breastplate, which was the core of the whole set of battle suit. Then came the leg guards, knee guards, and foot guards. After half a breath, 2 pieces of wrist guards that seemed to be carved by heaven and earth appeared, followed by arm guards and shoulder guards, and then the helmet. After putting on this set of battle suit, a blood-red cloak suddenly opened behind Qin Feng. It was the Iron Blood Cloak. The moment this cloak appeared, Qin Feng had a complete information about it in his mind. The Iron Blood Cloak had a special ability, which seemed to be related to the God-killing star. The cloak could absorb any blood chi, evil chi, and evil chi, and turn them into pure God-killing star power to supplement Qin Feng's consumption and help the battle suit evolve. When he put on this set of battle clothes, the art of the primordial stars in Qin Feng's body started to circulate at an unimaginable speed. Even if he was standing, he could still cultivate as if he was meditating in the past. Just this point alone benefited Qin Feng greatly. Bit by bit, over a long period of time, this would be an unimaginable speed. And this was just one of the insignificant abilities of the suit. Qin Feng waved his arm. The ability of this battle suit was beyond his imagination. Not only could it increase his attack power, but it also had an extremely strong defensive ability. If he encountered the golden three-eyed lion Imperial Shi Wushuang with this set of battle suit, Qin Feng was confident that he wouldn't die even if he didn't rely on a universe book. This set of battle suit still had many abilities waiting to be unearthed. As expected of one of the foundations of Xingqian School, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with joy. This set of battle suit was unexpectedly tyrannical. After putting on this mysterious black battle suit, the blood-red cloak fluttered. Qin Feng's original evil qi revealed a trace of tyranny, and his aura seemed to have changed. He was like an ancient fierce god. His black hair hung down like a waterfall, and his slender figure was exceptionally cold and demonic. Abyss, I'll call you Abyss. Abyss battle suit. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled the Abyss demon diagram in his mind. The art of the origin of the stars in his body revolved. Strands of black and red stellar energy circulated constantly, tempering his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. At the same time, it established a quiet and inseparable connection with the battle suit, just like a layer of skin, blood, and flesh. This connection deepened as the art of the origin of the stars revolved. As expected, All Stars College isn't stupid. They wouldn't give away their foundation so casually. This battle suit is obviously a set with the art of the origin of the stars. If I can't cultivate the art of the origin of the stars, I won't be able to refine the battle suit, even if I get it. If I can't get the third, fourth, and fifth layers of the art of the origin of the stars, my achievements will be limited even if I get this set of battle suit. Qin Feng suddenly understood something from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feng thought to himself, it seems that I have to get the third and fourth layers of the art of the origin of the stars. Qin Feng pondered. After a moment, he glanced at his battle suit and frowned. Could it be that he had to wear the Abyss battle suit and run out in such a flashy way later? Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Not bad, kid. You'll have the power of a warlord after wearing this battle suit. Next, you could try to break into the original Star Palace, the first palace outside the 28 heavenly divine palaces. Every star general who wears the star battle suit will have their own exclusive title. Moreover, after you get the exclusive title, you'll get an unexpected gift. This gift is what many geniuses in All Stars College dream of. Exclusive title? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered the Taurus Star General during the trial in the Snow Domain. Taurus was the exclusive title of that Star General. Qin Feng didn't care about the benefits at the end and asked directly, Senior, where is the original Star Palace? You'll find out for yourself. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. The next moment, his eyes fell on the battle suit again. The sloppy old man looked at him with a half-smile and chuckled. Kid, don't worry. This battle suit can change. As long as you really refine it, it can turn into a true force and merge with your star true force. If you don't activate it, it won't appear. Qin Feng's expression relaxed, but the sloppy old man changed the topic. However, an ordinary person will need at least 7 days to refine it. You're powerful, so you'll need at least 3 days. Don't frown, kid. Wearing this battle suit will bring you unimaginable benefits for the cultivation of the art of the origin of the stars. Okay, you can go now. After saying that, the sloppy old man's eyes became blurred again. Thank you for clearing my doubts. May I know your name? The sloppy old man didn't care. He reached into the jar of turbid wine in his hand. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. After a moment, he shrugged and looked at the sloppy old man. After bowing slightly, he walked out of the side hall. As Qin Feng walked out of the side hall, some of the experts who were waiting in line to exchange their points were immediately attracted. In an instant, countless gazes landed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's appearance wasn't bad to begin with. This set of battle clothes was also designed by Qin Feng to be more domineering and devilish. At this moment, when he walked out, He was like a war god that walked out from the primordial era. This is a battle suit. It's a battle suit. Another battle suit of dark iron level has appeared. It seems that All Stars College is going to have another star general. Who is this? He actually got a battle suit. Hundreds and thousands of eyes suddenly turned and fell on Chin Feng. They were shocked, envious, and in disbelief. They almost pounced on him. In All Stars College, there were only a few geniuses who could own a battle suit. Every appearance of a battle suit was often chased by countless geniuses. In the air, a fanatical aura condensed. When people saw Chin Feng walking by, they automatically made way for him. Geniuses who could own a star battle suit were undoubtedly the top geniuses in All Stars College. Even if they weren't, they would have a ticket to that position. Such a person was definitely someone they needed to look up to. Chin Feng's face was expressionless. The sound of footsteps came. When he was in the main hall, Chin Feng raised his head and happened to see Yin Gu and Qi Xia being respectfully sent out by an elder from the back hall. At the same time, Yin Gu and Qi Xia also saw Chin Feng in a battle suit. Their expressions changed instantly. Still 4 chapters. This is the first chapter. Chapter 305. Yin Gu and Qi Xia's expressions changed slightly. This kid actually has the star battle armor. Glancing at the two, Chin Feng's eyes flickered. Ta-ta-ta. He walked over, and his gaze fell on the counter in front of the contribution points. Dong-dong. He raised his hand and knocked on the counter. The cute girl behind the counter, who was looking at him with her mouth wide open, instantly woke up. Senior. Brother, do you want exchange for points or items? The girl was so nervous that she was stuttering. Her big eyes fell on Chin Feng's battle armor, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush adorably. The girl's heart was beating rapidly. Battle armor. This is definitely a top genius of All Stars College. At this moment, an old figure appeared silently behind the counter. Hearing the old voice, the girl in green hurriedly bowed. Elder, all right, go to the other side. The old figure waved his hand. His eyes fell on Chin Feng and narrowed slightly. This was a distinguished elder. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His face was as red as a baby's, and he exuded a dignified aura. His aura was unfathomable, like an abyss. This elder's strength was extremely terrifying, and his status was also abnormally revered. Many maids and deacons in the hall greeted the elder as soon as they saw him. The elder's eyes were dignified. He waved his hand and scanned the hall. Finally, his gaze fell on Chin Feng. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he smiled. How should I address you, little brother? Chin Feng. Chin Feng glanced around. This seemed to be a VIP passage. Chin Feng. So this is the champion of this year's Hidden Dragon Points competition. The elder's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The name Chin Feng was widely circulated among the elders. This kid is filthy rich. I heard that he stole all the spiritual wine of the entire ape clan. It's rare that he comes to the contribution hall, so I must get some from him. Otherwise, if the hall master asks, I won't be able to answer. Chin Feng glanced at this elder. Just when he was about to speak, a voice suddenly drifted over. Elder Chong, I still have some spiritual items that I would like to exchange for. I wonder if you have the time to entertain me? Chin Feng looked up. Yin Gu. Him again? Yin Gu strolled over. His demeanor was calm, and his eyes were shining. Occasionally, he would glance at Chin Feng with a faint smile on his face. Chin Feng's face was gloomy. Yin Gu had already completed the transaction. Now that he had suddenly opened his mouth, it was obvious that he wanted to suppress him in public. He wanted to suppress him when he was in the limelight. A trace of anger flashed in Chin Feng's eyes as his face darkened. This sort of suppression was also a method of plundering one's destiny. As the saying goes, people fight for their own pride. Once this pride was suppressed, there would be another calamity. If they could survive it, it would be fine, but if they couldn't, their destiny would be taken away. Yin Gu was like a king. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone in the hall. With a wave of his sleeve, a pile of spiritual items appeared in front of him. The spiritual light was so dazzling that it almost blinded the eyes of many geniuses in the hall. The demon soul essences were almost as big as a small hill. Each of them was like a diamond crystal, emitting a magnificent and gentle spiritual light. There were also a few strange iron essences that emitted a fiendish aura. These were some rare and unusual ancient ores. There were also a dozen transparent jade boxes that contained all kinds of spiritual herbs. This pile of spiritual items made some of the geniuses' eyes go wide. A series of gasps sounded in the hall. There are actually so many demon soul essences. This is simply like a small hill. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Most of these demon souls are young and only worth a dozen points. However, with so many of them, they are worth at least hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of points. Some young girl's eyes lit up. This senior brother, Yingge, was really rich. Exclamations of surprise sounded. There is also the blood sea divine metal. That blood-red metal is the divine metal that has been precipitated in the blood river for hundreds of millions of years. If this divine metal is used to create a weapon, it would be a top-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Feng's eyes moved slightly and landed on the small hill that was emitting a bloody red light. This was the blood sea divine metal. Any weapon that was mixed with a trace of the blood sea divine metal would have the bloodthirsty attribute and the ability to swallow blood essence. The blood sea divine metal was extremely rare. Every piece was worth thousands of points. However, on this small hill formed by the demon soul essences, there were at least a dozen of them. Yingge had a smile on his face. His flawless, handsome face revealed a trace of calmness. He was not surprised by honor or disgrace, which added a touch of charm to him. Many young girls were enchanted by him. Quickly look inside the jade boxes. What is that? Someone's eyes noticed the few jade boxes on the small hill of demon soul essences. After a few breaths, someone recognized the origin of the spiritual herbs in the jade boxes and exclaimed, "That is the blood god fruit. It is said that it contains the essence of the blood river and is the best item to replenish true power. If it is used to refine pills, it can be refined into many precious pills that can replenish blood qi." Many geniuses' eyes were burning with passion. They could not calm down and looked at Yingge with reverence and envy. Many geniuses even wanted to rely on him on the spot. Yingge's expression remained indifferent. He had a handsome face and a confident smile. "Flaunting your wealth to me." Qin Feng touched his chin. Qin Feng's face revealed a smile that was not a smile. In terms of wealth, Qin Feng was not inferior to anyone. The seven-star dragon spring could not see the light of day. However, the frost soul ice spring and the spring of life were extremely rare spiritual items. The price of a small cup of the spring of life was definitely not inferior to the precious blood god fruit and blood sea divine metal. However, the spring of life had already taken root in Qin Feng's inner world and was constantly transforming the chaotic energy in the endless void into life force. Qin Feng had a lot of the spring of life. The spring of life alone was enough to trample Yingge, who was flaunting his wealth under his feet. There was also the spiritual wine. A jar of 100-year-old spiritual wine was worth hundreds of points. However, Qin Feng had thousands of them. He even had more precious spiritual wine that was more than 1,000 years old. Yingge occasionally glanced at Qin Feng, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. "Bumpkin, so what if you have the star armor?" A helpless smile appeared on Qi Xiao's beautiful face. Yingge stood proudly with his hands behind his back and looked at Elder Chong. Elder Chong frowned, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Yingge had a great background. Logically speaking, he should be the first to receive him. However, Qin Feng was not simple either. "Elder Chong, do you still need to hesitate?" Yingge's face revealed a hint of displeasure. Elder Chong frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Junior nephew Yin, you are the VIP of the contribution hall. According to the rules, you should receive the VIP first." Qin Feng frowned. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Yingge's face. He coldly glanced at Qin Feng, as though he was looking at an ant. Just as Qin Feng was about to make a move, Elder Chang changed the topic. Junior nephew Yin, the other elders of the contribution hall will receive you later. Little brother Qin Feng, please follow me. Elder Chang turned around with a smile on his face and led Qin Feng into the inner hall. Qin Feng was startled. Elder Chang actually chose him over Yin Ge, the eldest young master Yin. Although this elder had given Yin Ge face, another elder received him. They were both elders of the same rank, and there did not seem to be any difference. However, everyone present felt as though Yin Ge had been slapped in the face. Qin Feng turned around and glanced at Yin Ge. The smile on Yin Ji's face froze, and his face turned pale. Yin Ge had lost his face. The main hall was silent, and only the footsteps of Elder Chang could be heard. Some of the geniuses looked at Yin Ge strangely. Yin Ge was ignored when he flaunted his wealth. Shush! A furious gaze fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a chill down his spine, and he felt as though he was being targeted by an Archean beast. Qin Feng looked indifferent. Even without looking, Qin Feng knew that Yin Ge hated him to the core. Qin Feng, very good. I will remember you. Hearing the faint voice with a hint of coldness, Qin Feng's footsteps paused slightly. In the next moment, he continued to walk toward the contribution hall. This is the second update. There are 2 more updates tonight. Chapter 306. The contribution hall was majestic and was a stretch of endless temples. Russell. Following Elder Chang's footsteps, they walked along a corridor that was wide enough for 2 to 3 carriages to drive side by side. Although night had fallen, the corridor was lit up as if it was daytime. Qin Feng was dressed in a battle suit and looked like a silent killing god. Elder Chang was like a ghost in front. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall. This was an unusually spacious hall. The decorations were honorable and elegant. Some elders were entertaining some distinguished guests in the hall. Hearing footsteps coming from the passageway, many people cast astonished gazes over. Very quickly, their gazes focused on Qin Feng. Battle suit. At this moment, Qin Feng felt at least 10 gazes that were not weaker than Elder Chang's on him. However, the next moment, they retracted their gazes and faintly looked at a silver-haired, snow-robed, exceptionally beautiful figure in the VIP hall. Some people faintly revealed a hint of passion and adoration. Qin Feng followed their gazes and looked over. With just a glance, he was faintly stunned. Qin Feng had seen many beautiful women, but only Ji Huang, and the woman he had taken advantage of by the river could compare to this silver-haired girl's temperament. Even Bai Yun and Yun Mo were inferior to this girl. Little guy, what's wrong? You've also taken a fancy to this Miss Yu Ji? Her name is Yu Ji? The expression in Qin Feng's eyes faded as he glanced at the smiling Elder Chang. Elder Chang nodded slightly and did not hide the admiration in his eyes. Yes, this young lady is not ordinary. She's a famous beauty in All-Stars College. She's abnormally powerful and is ranked 5th on the star list. Moreover, she's a grade for alchemist. Her future is limitless. Everyone knew that although the 4 major professions were also popular in the Spirit Sea continent, mystic masters, blacksmiths, and inscription masters were still inferior to alchemists in terms of status. It was the dream of many families and sects to be able to invite a powerful alchemist as a guest elder. A grade 4 alchemist at this silver-haired, snow-robed girl's age was exceptionally rare. It was definitely true that her future was limitless. As expected, Elder Chang's next words confirmed Qin Feng's guess. Although this young lady hasn't graduated from All-Stars College, the sect has already internally designated her as an inter-sect disciple. She can choose any of the 24 peaks of Xingqian School, including the Moon Reflection Peak, where the sect master resides. Alchemists are so popular. Hearing that, Qin by Elder Chang's words, Qin Feng's by Elder Chang's by Qin had his eyes. It seems like I have to make a trip to the Alchemist Guild. Bye you bye Chong by Chong. You bye Chong. Right at this moment, Yu Ji walked over. She was dressed in a snow-white robe, and her figure was tall and slender. Her curvaceous figure was outlined to an exaggerated degree by the snow-white robe. As she walked, it was like a beautiful scene. A whiff of fragrance greeted him, and Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Yuji walked straight by, her beautiful eyes carrying a tinge of coldness. She looked straight ahead and walked out of the VIP hall. Am I really that unattractive? Qin Feng lowered his head and glanced at his combat suit. The corner of his mouth twitched. Such a gorgeous piece of equipment, but it didn't add any charm to it. Failure. All right, kid. Let's go. Elder Chang shook his head and smiled gently. He then led Qin Feng to the counter. Qin Feng glanced at Yuji's disappearing figure, shrugged his shoulders, and turned to follow Elder Chang. Elder Chang walked into the counter, and there was a huge glass crystal ball on the counter. Spiritual light flowed on the crystal ball, giving it a gentle glow. At the same time, Elder Chang waved his sleeves, and a mysterious aura flowed out from the crystal ball. Elder Chang asked as he looked at Qin Feng, who was standing in front of the counter. Qin Feng, do you want to exchange points? Or do you want to exchange points for cultivation techniques or spiritual items? Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Qin Feng had countless cultivation techniques in his mind, and Qin Feng obviously didn't lack cultivation techniques. No, if he lacked a cultivation technique, it would be the third level of the Origin Star Manual. The third level of the Origin Star Manual corresponded to the cultivation of the Sea of Reincarnation Realm. Qin Feng didn't need this level for now. After a moment, Qin Feng lifted his head and said, I want to exchange points for spiritual items. Prepare to exchange for phase. List all the fire attribute phase within 10,000 points. Qin Feng had advanced to the Meridian's condensation realm and cultivated the 5 elements condensation technique. He cultivated the 5 elements starlight condensation pulse. The first spiritual item that Qin Feng cultivated was the Sun spiritual meridian. The 5 secret realms of the Meridian's condensation realm were the extreme human realm, the yellow realm, the black realm, the earth realm, and the heaven realm. The stronger one's foundation was the more spiritual meridians one could cultivate in the extreme human realm. Generally, a strong warrior who broke through to the Meridian's condensation realm from the 9th heaven of the martial path could only cultivate 3 spiritual meridians at the extreme human realm. After a mid-class foundation establishment warrior broke through to the Meridian's condensation realm, he could cultivate less than 6 spiritual meridians. An upper-class foundation establishment warrior could cultivate less than 9 spiritual meridians at the extreme human realm. Qin Feng had broken through to the Meridian's condensation realm from the extreme human realm. His heavenly path star genuine power had already broken through the limit of 99%. Qin Feng guessed that he could cultivate at least 12 spiritual meridians. Ordinary warriors could cultivate 3, but he could cultivate 4 times more than ordinary warriors. This kind of power couldn't be measured by 4 times. I've already cultivated a fire attribute spiritual meridian. The Sun spiritual meridian is the best spiritual meridian among the fire attribute spiritual meridians. Next, I'll cultivate other fire attribute spiritual meridians. When I reach the yellow realm with 12 spiritual meridians, I'll cultivate the earth attribute spiritual meridians in the yellow secret realm. Thinking to himself, Qin Feng lifted his head and looked at the crystal ball. Elder Chang chuckled and pointed at the crystal ball. A ray of spiritual light surged out of the crystal ball and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Elder Chang glanced at Qin Feng and said, Little brother, if I'm not mistaken, the secret method you use to cultivate your spiritual meridians is the 5 elements of circulation of meridians from the art of mixed stars. His first secret realm, the extreme human secret realm, was a fire attribute spiritual meridians secret realm. I'm sure you're exchanging for fire attribute spiritual items to cultivate the remaining fire attribute spiritual meridians. However, fire attribute spiritual meridians are also divided into different grades. The higher the quality of the spiritual items, the higher the quality of the spiritual meridians cultivated. I'm sure you won't be interested in ordinary fire attribute spiritual meridians. I'll leave out some options for you to choose. Rays of fiery red light appeared on the crystal ball. Hundreds of rays of fiery red light appeared on the crystal ball. Every single one of them emitted a red glow, dazzling Qin Feng. These treasures are all priced between 1,000 to 10,000 points. You could choose from them. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the crystal ball and squinted. The first thing that came into view was a shining red bead. It was a high mystic spiritual item, the 10,000-year Earth Fiend Fire Origin Bead. This was a spiritual item that was nurtured in a fire attribute spiritual mountain. This bead contained a supreme-grade spiritual fire, the Crimson Lotus Earth Fiend Fire. If he could purchase this treasure, Qin Feng would be able to cultivate a supreme-grade Crimson Fiend spiritual meridians. This item was worth 2,000 points. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. Good heavens, this was not an ordinary price. Next was a fire tribute dragon bead, a high mystic spiritual item, the Fire Dragon Bead. This Fire Dragon Bead had a great origin. It was the life origin bead of a mutated dragon, the Fire Dragon Bead. This Fire Dragon Bead contained a trace of heaven-burning leaf fire. If he could refine it, he would be able to cultivate another supreme-grade fire attribute spiritual meridian. This spiritual meridian was called the Fire Origin Spiritual Meridian and was extremely powerful. This is the third update. Wait for the fourth update. Chapter 307. Earth Fire Kirin Blood Coral. Qin Feng saw a strangely shaped fiery red coral at the bottom. This coral was actually wrapped in dragon-like scales. The fiery red color revealed a rosy, soft, and bright luster. Earth Fire Kirin Blood Coral. It was a high-grade fae that grew in a fire attribute extreme region after obtaining the blood of a true spirit Kirin. If the Earth Fire Kirin Blood Coral could be refined into a supreme-grade Earth Fire Spirit Vein. 3,500 points. Looking at the price below, Qin Feng was a little speechless. This fae was not bad, but the price was simply sky-high for a new student. Even though Qin Feng had some status, he still couldn't accept it. With a glance, Qin Feng saw a low-grade Earth-class fae, the Sun Soul Essence. The Sun Soul Essence contained a trace of the purest golden divine flame. If it could be refined, it could be refined into a Sun Spirit Vein. The Sun Soul Essence wasn't cheap and required 3,000 points. Seeing Qin Feng staring at the Sun Soul Essence, Elder Chong laughed. Qin Feng, this Sun Soul Essence is not bad. Its price is much more affordable than other fire-attributed Earth-tier spirit items. The Sun Spirit Vein is also a supreme-grade spirit vein among fire-attributed spirit veins. Qin Feng shook his head. This treasure might be good, but unfortunately, he had already refined a Sun Spirit Vein. The overlapping of spirit veins didn't mean much. The Meridian Condensation Realm had 5 extreme secret realms, and each extreme secret realm had a limit to the number of spirit veins it could contain. Qin Feng didn't want to waste any space. There were 12 supreme-grade spirit veins. Every time he refined a new supreme-grade fire attribute spirit vein, it would be beneficial to his fire attribute phase. If the spirit veins overlapped, the profoundness would overlap, and it would be a waste of an opportunity. Qin Feng continued to look, and all kinds of rare fays appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. There were so many types of fays that Qin Feng felt like his horizons had been broadened. Earth-grade, low-grade fay, green wand feather. A feather left behind by the ancient green wand. It contains a trace of green wand, true fire. Price, 3,800 points. 10,000-year geocentric green lotus, a low-grade Earth-tier fay. A mutated green lotus is nurtured in the Earth's core. It contains a trace of green lotus demonic flame. Sway Tree Remnant Root, a fire attribute mid-grade Earth-class spirit item. It is said to be the spiritual root of the immemorial true spirit, the Golden Crow. It contains a trace of heaven and earth sway fire and costs 8,000 points. Vermilion Bird's Feather, high-grade Earth-tier feather. It's a remnant of the primordial vermilion bird. It contains a trace of the vermilion bird's Nanming leaf fire. It costs 8,000 points. Qin Feng was dazzled by the different types of rare, fire attribute spiritual items, one after another. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but lament inwardly when he saw these abnormally precious fire attribute phase. They were too expensive. 10,000 points was really not worth mentioning in front of so many phase. Looking at these phase, Qin Feng felt that he was a pauper. Qin Feng's eyes turned gloomy as he looked at the sway tree's remnant roots. Compared to the other fire attribute phase, the spiritual root had an innate advantage. Kid, you have a good eye. This sway tree is a rare high-grade fire attribute spiritual root. It is said to be the treasure of one of the ancient human sovereigns, the Sway Sovereign. However, after the fall of the Sway Sovereign, the sway tree's roots were cut off. It was said that it was destroyed by the ancient experts. The sway tree's remnant roots are one of the fragments. However, you have to consider this carefully. Although this sway tree spiritual root is a mid-grade Earth-class spirit item, its life force has already been destroyed. It can no longer survive. Elder Chang looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Don't take any chances. This sway tree spiritual root has been in our All-Stars College for so many years. It is not that no elders have tried to cultivate it, but its life force has already been destroyed. If you just want to cultivate a spiritual vein, you don't have to buy this sway tree's remnant roots. Although the heaven and earth sway fire is strong, it is not as strong as the Nanmingli fire and the Qingwan true fire." Qin Feng glanced at the options of the sway tree's remnant roots, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but he could definitely do it. With the spring of life, there was no spiritual root that couldn't be cultivated. Elder Chang, I still prefer this item. This sway tree spiritual root is a treasure that belonged to the ancient human sovereign, the Sway Sovereign. Who knows, there might be something special about it. Young people are really resilient. All right, since you insist, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Elder Chang shook his head and said, "Give me your card." Qin Feng flipped his palm, and a thin golden card appeared in Qin Feng's palm. Elder Chang took the golden card, and his expression changed slightly. He placed Qin Feng's points card on the crystal ball, and after a few moments, he tossed the card to Qin Feng. Qin Feng caught the card and imprinted his spiritual sense into it. 2033. Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he felt a slight pain in his heart. This was really spending money like water. At the same time, an invisible passage appeared on the crystal ball and was transmitted from the endless void to Zhongyu. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and the universe book in his mind trembled. Qin Feng thought to himself, "The power of space, the passage of space." 7 to 8 breaths later, a red light appeared in front of Qin Feng, and a strange tree root appeared in front of him. It was dark red in color, and there were many roots that looked like the roots of a ginseng. It was short and looked like it had been cut off. Strands of faint golden flames flowed from the fracture. They radiated with an abnormally terrifying temperature, enough to melt space repeatedly. The sway fire of heaven and earth. Qin Feng's eyes burned with passion as he received the sway tree's remnant root. He could feel a warm sensation coming from it. After touching the sway tree root, Qin Feng felt a strange fluctuation from the world tree in the Emerald Sea heaven and earth. This fluctuation was very strange. What's going on? Why would this sway tree root cause the world tree sapling to react? Feeling weird, Qin Feng calmly kept the sway tree's remnant roots. Qin Feng then looked at the golden card in his hand. He still had 2,030 points left. He raised his head and looked at the treasures on the crystal ball. Qin Feng's eyes burned with passion as he looked at the remaining fire attribute spiritual items. The first secret realm in his body could contain 12 spiritual veins. Other than the original sun spiritual vein and the sway tree's remnant root, there are only 2 spiritual veins in total. Qin Feng looked at the Earth Fiend Fire Elemental Bead. He had 2,033 points on his card, and it was just enough to buy the Earth Fiend Fire Elemental Bead. But even so, he could only buy 2 spiritual items. 3 fire attribute spiritual veins were still far from the number of 12. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He wanted to save the points to buy the 3rd level of the Art of Chaos Star. Elder Chang's eyes were sharp, and he immediately knew Qin Feng's difficulties. His eyes lit up, and he said, "Little brother, the contribution hall not only provides points for exchange, you can also exchange points with spiritual items. The contribution hall will give you a fair price according to the grade of the spiritual item. If you have enough spiritual items, we will even give you a discount." Spiritual items for points? Should I use spiritual wine to exchange for points? Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Elder Chang. "Oh well, I can't drink too much of the spiritual wine, and it's useless to store them in the Emerald Sea, Heaven and Earth. Why don't I exchange them for some benefits?" Chapter 308. Qin Feng noticed that the All-Stars College elders seemed to be very clear about the spirit wine that he had obtained. It was the same for Elder Tian Xing and Elder Tian Fa. It was the same for Elder Chang in front of him. Could it be that these elders know that I have emptied the ape tribe's wine collection? Qin Feng couldn't help but suspect. Qin Feng guessed that All-Stars College might have some means of monitoring. Forget it. Since these people know, I will sell most of the spirit wine to the contribution hall. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when those elders come knocking. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng lifted his head and looked at Elder Chang. "I wonder if the contribution hall accepts spirit wine." Elder Chang's eyes lit up. "Of course. As long as it is a valuable spirit item, the contribution hall will provide exchange." 2 hours later, in the contribution hall's main hall, Qin Feng was escorted out by a group of elders under the astonished gazes of many geniuses. The leader, Elder Chang, was grinning from ear to ear. 500 jugs of 100-year spirit wine, 20 jugs of 1,000-year spirit wine, 3 jugs of 2,000-year spirit wine, and 1 jug of 3,000-year spirit wine. The contribution hall's harvest this time was huge. Qin Feng revealed a faint smile. Although he was responding to the elders' enthusiasm, he was pondering in his heart. This is really a huge harvest. Qin Feng's eyes were burning with passion. 500 jugs of 100-year spirit wine. Elder Chang had offered a decent price for each jug. Based on the price of 200 points per jug, it would be 100,000 points. 1,000 points per jug of 1,000-year spirit wine would be 20,000 points. 3 jugs of 2,000-year spirit wine. Elder Chang had offered 2,500 points for each jug, which would be 7,500 points. There was also a jug of 3,000-year spirit wine. Elder Chang had offered 5,000 points for this jug. Currently, Qin Feng had a total of 132,533 points in his card. This was a huge sum that would leave one dumbfounded. Just an hour ago, this huge sum had started to shrink. 58,033 points. In just an hour, Qin Feng had spent nearly 74,000 points. Of course, he had also gained a lot. Most of the 12 supreme-grade fire attribute spirit veins had been found, and most of the phase needed to condense the 12 supreme-grade earth attribute spirit veins had been prepared. "Little brother Qin Feng, please come again." A smile appeared on his old face, and his eyes narrowed. This old man looked like an old fox who had stolen a chicken. With a flip of his palm, a glittering and translucent colored point card appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. "This is your upgraded point card, the 7-colored glaze point card. It's a point card upgraded from a gold grade card. Only a small number of VIPs in All-Stars College have this kind of 7-color gold card. If you use this point card to spend in the contribution hall, you can enjoy a 20% discount." Rainbow Spirit Gold. Qin Feng took the 7-colored glaze point card and glanced at it. This point card seemed to have been recondensed by a blacksmith master, and it seemed to have condensed some 7-colored spirit gold. It was neither gold nor iron, and was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. However, it had a 7-colored spirit light and looked magnificent. The 7-colored spirit gold was a rare metal. In terms of value, it was even more precious and rare than the divine blood sea iron. This All-Stars College is really generous. They actually used the 7-colored spirit gold to create this VIP point card. Qin Feng casually put away the expensive point card and left the contribution hall. Qin Feng couldn't wait to return to the Scarlet Sky Peak for seclusion. After purchasing so many fire attribute phase, the the 12 spirit veins had already been found. As long as he secluded himself for a period of time, breaking through to the Yellow Realm would be a piece of cake. Before leaving All Stars College, Qin Feng went to the Medicine King Hall. At the entrance of the Medicine King Hall, Qin Feng smiled as he walked out of the Medicine King Hall. 6th grade Deacon Disciple. After paying 50 merit points, Qin Feng had been promoted from a 5th grade Inner Disciple to a 6th grade Deacon Disciple. At the same time, his title had also been promoted from the Cave Master of the Scarlet Sky Peak to the Mountain Master of the Scarlet Sky Mountain. As the Mountain Master, Qin Feng's authority had been greatly increased. He had complete autonomy over the Scarlet Sky Mountain, and he could freely plan the Scarlet Sky Peak. He could construct the Scarlet Sky Peak as his own training ground. Besides paying a certain amount of spirit herbs to the Medicine King Hall every year, Qin Feng's authority in the Scarlet Sky Peak had greatly increased. Moreover, he had the authority of a group of outer disciples and a high-level medicine boy. Now, Qin Feng was the master of the Scarlet Sky Peak, and he had the power to recruit new outer disciples. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes. The next step was to become a 7th grade deacon. It's a pity that I used 100 merit points to purchase the 3rd level of the art of mixed origin stars in the contribution hall. Otherwise, I would have been promoted to a 7th grade deacon and become the mansion master of the Scarlet Sky Mansion. With a pity in his heart, Qin Feng went to the Spirit Beast Pavilion to retrieve the silly bird. After not seeing it for 2 months, the silly bird had gotten fatter. When it saw Qin Feng, it immediately chirped happily. "Senior Marshal Brother, this is your white jade eye sparrow." At the entrance of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, a few disciples dressed in white brought the white jade eye sparrow out respectfully. When their gazes landed on Qin Feng, they had a trace of respect from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Feng was just a new student of the All Stars College, but these disciples addressed him respectfully as Senior Marshal Brother. "Many thanks, Junior Marshal Brothers." Qin Feng nodded his head indifferently, and there wasn't any surprise on his face. All Stars College wasn't like ordinary sects, where one's status was determined by one's strength. If one was confident in his strength, he could address the other party as Junior Marshal Brother or Junior Marshal Brother. If one knew that one's strength wasn't up to par, he would normally address the other party as Senior Marshal Brother, Senior Marshal Sister, or Senior Marshal Sister. Now that Qin Feng was wearing a set of battle attire, the group of Spirit Beast Pavilion disciples was naturally respectful. Those who could wear the battle attire were the top geniuses of the All Stars College. "Many thanks, Junior Marshal Brothers." After patting Silly Bird's head that was rubbing against his chest, Qin Feng led Silly Bird to the Mystic Association. From afar, he saw a few iconic and splendid buildings at the crossroads. The Inscription Association, the Weapon Refining Association, and many experts came and went with their weapons. Qin Feng even saw All Stars College students wearing the sun, moon, and stars robe. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "Looks like many geniuses entered the 4 major guilds and became apprentices there. The East doesn't shine, the West shines." Their strength couldn't compare to the top geniuses, but if they could enter the 4 major guilds, obtain the favor of some masters, and obtain 1 or 2 unique skills, their status wouldn't be inferior to some of the top geniuses. If they were successful in their studies, they would be able to bring honor to their family when they returned. Qin Feng looked around and quickly saw the familiar Mystic Association's magnificent palace on another street. Chirp! At this moment, the white jade-eye sparrow behind Qin Feng suddenly let out a crisp chirp. It was as mellow as the cry of a phoenix. Qin Feng suddenly looked up and saw a scarlet flame in the sky that was like a scarlet pillar of light crashing down. A stunning red-clothed beauty appeared on the street. She was as graceful as fire, and her red clothes were like a phoenix. "Look, Miss G is here. It's the sky-blazing sparrow." Qin Feng turned around, and his eyes flickered. "It's her." At the same time, the beautiful red-clothed girl's beautiful eyes rippled as she looked around and saw a youth in battle attire leading a white jade-eye sparrow at the end of the long street. Qin Feng, this is the first of 4 updates. Chapter 309. Qin Feng looked at it. It was Ji Huang. Although it had only been 2 months, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The aura on Ji Huang, Er's body was obviously stronger. She was only half a step away from entering the meridian's condensation stage. Qin Feng, Ji Huang, Er's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise as she looked at Qin Feng. After not seeing him for 2 months, Qin Feng had changed too much. She was dressed in a streamlined black battle suit, and her figure was even more slender. There was an extremely strong pressure and aura coming from her body. When she looked over, there was a strong sense of oppression. "This is Ji Huang. I heard that she's a new student. Don't underestimate her. She's this year's head of the Vermilion Bird Academy, and she's also recognized as one of the top 10 beauties in the academy. Half a day ago, she was accepted as Master Zhuang He's last disciple. Master Zhuang He, isn't that the president of All Stars College's Alchemist Guild? That's right, it's the 6th grade alchemist, Master Zhuang He. Do you know the disciple that Master Zhuang He accepted 4 years ago? I know. Senior sister Yuji is famous in All Stars College. In 4 years, she advanced to become a 4th grade alchemist. She's an alchemy genius that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. That's right. According to Master Zhuang He, junior sister Ji Huang, Er's talent in alchemy is not inferior to senior sister Yuji's. Wow, that's amazing. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Ji Huang, actually had such luck to be able to enter the tutelage of a 6th grade alchemist. No matter which sect a 6th grade alchemist went to, even if it was a first-rate sect, they were all high and mighty existences. The status of a true 6th grade alchemist was unimaginable. Although mystic masters, inscription masters, and weapon refiners had honorable statuses, they were still inferior to alchemists of the same level. Ta-ta. The sound of footsteps could be heard as Ji Huang leisurely walked over. Many gazes landed on her body, faintly discernible with a hint of passion. Ji Huang's body was surrounded by a stream of light. The scarlet flame sparrow's body shrunk, and like a flame, it stood on Ji Huang's shoulder. His scarlet eyes stared at Qin Feng, filled with scarlet flames, filled with vigilance and wariness. Qin Feng. Ji Huang walked closer, and her gaze fell on Qin Feng. A cold flame burned in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng tilted his head and glanced at the red-clothed girl. His gaze landed on the latter's bulging asterisk. Ji Huang followed Qin Feng's gaze and flew into a rage. "You bastard! Look over there. What kind of TCH is this? He's so well-developed. Isn't he just for show?" Qin Feng grinned. This Ji Huang really had the temper of a cannon, ignited at the slightest provocation. "Qin Feng, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you're number 1 on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Ji Huang, will never lose to a scoundrel like you." Sneering, Ji Huang's eyes blazed with flames. With a bang, a jade-white hand slapped towards Qin Feng, and an invisible scarlet flame enveloped Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, his eyes turned, and he stood in place. Wisps of terrifying sky-burning blood flame fell on his body, and Qin Feng's skin slightly hurt. It really is the sky-burning blood flame, ranked in the top 20 among the spiritual fires. With Ji Huang's cultivation that hasn't reached the pulse condensation stage, she can actually pose a threat to me who is wearing the Abyss battle armor. However, this sky-burning blood flame is indeed a good thing. If I can refine it into a sky-burning spirit vein, it will be extremely powerful. Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. His eyes turned, and in a flash he made a move. Circulating the heavenly Tao star, true power, it turned into a river of stars. This river of stars was like a silver saber that slashed into Ji Huang's body. Qin Feng's spiritual sense increased greatly, penetrating Ji Huang's body, and saw a burning sky-burning blood flame seed. Qin Feng circulated the star true power like a saber, instantly splitting the fire seed into two. In an instant, the star true power swept the fire seed into his body and suppressed it in his dantian. Once it was completely refined, combined with the star true power, he could once again refine a top-grade fire spirit vein. This process was extremely fast, just in the blink of an eye. Pucci, Ji Huanger's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Her raised palm was weak and withered, and her body fell backward. A black light flashed, and Qin Feng appeared behind Ji Huanger in a few steps to support her. Suddenly, the source of the sky-burning blood flame was plundered by Qin Feng, and Ji Huanger was severely injured. The goddess was injured. Many geniuses saw Ji Huanger's figure suddenly fall and hurriedly rushed over. Qin Feng's eyes were cold, and his gaze was like a sword. Some of the geniuses were shocked and quickly stopped. Ji Huanger struggled violently in Qin Feng's arms, but she couldn't beat Qin Feng even if she wasn't injured, let alone now that she was seriously injured. You dare to steal my sky-burning blood flame? Ji Huanger bit her lower lip, and blood dripped from the corner of her lips. The sky-burning blood flame was her foundation. This sky-burning blood flame was snatched away by Qin Feng, and it had a great impact on her foundation. It might even affect her future. Cutting off her future, she would not rest until she was dead. This was a great hatred. Qin Feng, I will perish together with you. The hatred in Ji Huanger's eyes could not be washed away by the water of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. The moment they met, her foundation was snatched away by this man. This hatred could not be washed away by the water of heaven and earth. The aura around her body fluctuated violently, and her aura climbed steadily. You're going to self-destruct. Qin Feng was shocked. One of his hands was like lightning, lightly hitting Ji Huanger's abdomen, and a burst of star true power dispersed the Scarlet Phoenix true power that Ji Huanger had gathered. With the self-destruction stopped, Ji Huanger's face turned pale, and the ominous glint in her eyes increased. Don't be nervous. I'm just sharing your benefits. Qin Feng smiled gently and glanced at the red-clothed beauty's snow-white skin that was violently moving up and down due to her exasperation after the origin essence was plundered. The red-clothed beauty's chest could not be restrained at all. I really don't know who will benefit from it in the future. Qin Feng curled his lips, and suddenly he was shocked. He saw the scarlet flames on the sky-burning sparrow on Ji Huanger's shoulder fluctuating. It can't be. It's also going to self-destruct. Qin Feng was shocked. Qin Feng glanced at Ji Huanger, only to see Ji Huanger in his arms looking at him coldly. This is too much. This girl's temper is actually so unyielding. Qin Feng hurriedly advised. Junior sister Ji Huanger, let her stop. I'm just joking with you. I have my own ways to make up for your foundation and help you break and then rebuild, raising your foundation to the next level. Ji Huanger's eyes were cold, and she stared coldly at Qin Feng. At the same time, the aura on her body gradually merged with the sky-burning sparrow, and an increasingly powerful aura surged. This was a secret technique. They were going to self-destruct together. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. With a wave of his hand, 2 balls of spirit water appeared on Qin Feng's palm. 7 stars dragon spring, the spirit spring water formed from the essence of the dragon veins, was the best way to make up for one's foundation. Spring of life. The spring of life contained the richest essence of life force. It could grow flesh and bones, change life and death, and could also cleanse the true power and refine the impurities of the true power. Under Qin Feng's control, the 2 spirit springs entered Ji Huanger's body with a loud bang. The 2 spirit springs' power of creation nourished the source of the sky-burning blood flame that had been cut by a blade. The source of the sky-burning blood flame soared, and at the same time, an invisible true water rushed into Ji Huanger's body, cleansing Ji Huanger's originally high-quality Scarlet Phoenix true power and refining many of the impurities. It's actually healed. Feeling the sky-burning blood flame that had recovered to its peak, Ji Huang'er subconsciously stopped the secret technique of self-destruction. Moreover, Ji Huang'er also felt that the quality of her Scarlet Phoenix true power had obviously risen to a higher level. Seeing this, Qin Feng let go of Ji Huang'er, stood up, and his figure instantly disappeared into the distance. In the wind, something flew over, and with a bang, a wine jar gently landed in front of Ji Huang. Junior sister Ji, this time senior brother unintentionally offended you. This is a jar of 1,000-year-old spirit wine. This thing should be of some help to you in breaking through to the pulse condensation stage. This is senior brother's apology. In addition, congratulations on being accepted by Master Zhuang and Master Zhuang. Your future is limitless. Listening to the voice that came to her ears and looking at the distant voice, Ji Huang'er's expression was gloomy and a trace of resentment appeared in her eyes. This feeling of being played by others made Ji Huang'er extremely uncomfortable. With her arrogant personality, she instinctively wanted to break the wine jar in front of her. But in the next moment, a hand unsealed the wine jar. Her expression changed, and her face was slightly startled. It's actually 1,000-year-old spirit wine. The next moment, Ji Huang'er smiled coldly. However, Qin Feng, Ji Huang'er, will never let this matter rest. At this time, Qin Feng's figure had already appeared in the Alchemist Guild. This is the second, third, and fourth updates at night. Chapter 310. The capital of stars was exceptionally bustling. At night, the capital of stars was like a pearl city where the sun never set. The lights were brilliant and the traffic was endless, especially the 4 major guilds located in the core, bustling commercial area. Here, countless fire crystals condensed into lamp posts, illuminating the place as if it was daytime. Each lamp post was like a lotus flower. Carriages came and went. The influential people here were as common as clouds. The nearby Blue Flower Square and Rouge Alley were famous in the capital of stars. Many martial artists had tired faces. Most of them were preparing to head to the nearby streets to relax. Dressed in battle clothes, Qin Feng stepped into the Alchemist Guild. The hall was very spacious. Alchemists came in and out in 2s and 3s. As soon as he walked into the hall, a light and elegant medicinal fragrance came, refreshing the mind. Qin Feng's battle clothes were too eye-catching. As soon as he walked into the Alchemist Guild, there were immediately gazes. Qin Feng was accustomed to it and walked to the front desk. A delicate and pretty young girl wearing an alchemist apprentice black robe at the front desk raised her head and said. The young girl looked at the battle clothes on Qin Feng in surprise. But she was also someone who had seen the world and quickly calmed down. Sir, may I ask if you want to certify your alchemist rank badge? Or are you preparing to rent a pill refining room? Or do you have other needs? If you want to certify your alchemist rank badge, please go to the other side to register. If you want to rent a pill refining room, you can directly fill in the information here. Qin Feng's eyes moved slightly. He was preparing to come here to cultivate. Qin Feng needed a place to refine the sky-burning blood flame that he had just obtained. The Alchemist Guild's pill refining room was full of spiritual energy. Not only did it have a spirit-gathering, profound formation, it was very suitable for seclusion. Qin Feng's eyes moved. Just as he was about to speak, a clamor came from the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Qin Feng raised his head and looked. Ji Huang'er's figure appeared at the door. Unexpectedly, there was also a familiar figure following Ji Huang'er. A beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild's hall. Yu Ji. This was the beautiful girl that Qin Feng saw in the Contribution Hall's VIP lounge. As the 2 women walked in, a black-robed pharmacist with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes followed closely behind. This black-robed pharmacist was about 24 or 25 years old. He had an elegant demeanor, and his words were witty and humorous, causing several young girls who walked in at the same time to giggle. This young man's gaze would occasionally sweep past Yu Ji and Ji Huang'er, stopping for a few moments from time to time. This detail was hidden very well by the young man, but Qin Feng saw through it at a glance. When she entered the main hall, Ji Huanger noticed Qin Feng's figure. Her footsteps slightly paused, and her beautiful eyes coldly glanced at Qin Feng. Junior sister, what's wrong? Sensing Ji Huanger's abnormality, Yu Ji's phoenix eyes revealed a trace of fluctuation. Following Ji Huanger's gaze, it fell on Qin Feng. Did he make you angry? Do you need my help? Yu Ji's beautiful face had a hint of coldness. Why are you all looking at me like that? Qin Feng noticed the changes in their expressions. His pupils shrank slightly as he thought to himself, are we going to fight again? On the side, the handsome man frowned. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. He glanced at the battle clothes on Qin Feng's body and was slightly surprised. The next moment, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The handsome man's gaze fell on Ji Huanger with slight concern and said, Junior sister Ji, do you need me to make a move? I have quite a good relationship with many elders of Xingchen School. If you feel uncomfortable, I only need to say a word to make this kid suffer. A young girl in a green dress on the side laughed. Junior sister Ji, senior brother Yi is a third-grade alchemist. I heard that yesterday he successfully refined a fourth-grade spirit pill, the tempering spirit pill. Maybe in a few days, our All-Stars College's Alchemist Guild will have another fourth-grade alchemist. You flatter me. Junior sister Yurua, you flatter me. Senior brother, Yi said modestly, but his eyes looked at Yu Ji and Ji Huanger with a trace of unconcealable smile in his eyes. No need. Thank you, senior sister. I will get back at him myself. Ji Huanger's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. You want me to suffer the consequences of my actions? How arrogant of you. Listening to their undisguised voices, Qin Feng was secretly angry. Watching the group of people enter the depths of the Alchemist Guild, Qin Feng's dark eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He snorted coldly in his heart, glanced at the black-robed girl at the counter, and asked, May I ask this junior sister, who is that senior brother Yi just now? A third-grade alchemist. I think such a genius should not be a nobody. Senior brother, are you talking about senior brother Yi Ding just now? Slightly surprised, the black-robed apprentice chuckled in the next moment. Her delicate face revealed a trace of soft charm, and her long eyelashes trembled. She seemed very proud as she said, Of course, senior brother Yi Ding is not a nobody. He is Master Long, May's favorite student. Not only is he handsome, but his strength is also first class, especially his attainments in alchemy. He is not even 27 years old, and is already a famous third-grade alchemist in the realm of stars. His future is limitless. Qin Feng suddenly understood and murmured, So that's how it is. No wonder he is so arrogant and wants to make things difficult for me. What did you say? The black-robed apprentice was startled. Nothing. Qin Feng shook his head. After a moment, Qin Feng's eyes moved. Since he is so powerful, does he have a great influence? Of course, many of the geniuses ranked at the top of the star list are his good friends. Many people have asked senior brother Yi Ding to refine pills. It is even rumored that some of the elders of Xingchen School have asked him for help and have a close relationship with him. The black-robed apprentice had a proud face as if he was her man. So there's such a benefit to being an alchemist. Qin Feng was surprised. This kind of influence was not something a small businessman like him could understand. Qin Feng was a demigod alchemist in his previous life, but he had never experienced this kind of honor. Of course, this was also related to his personality in his previous life. He was disagreeable in his previous life and was an enemy all his life. Everyone was afraid of him and hated him. Naturally, he had never refined pills for others. Looks like after I go into seclusion, I might be able to get certified as an alchemist. Isn't it just a fourth-grade alchemist? You want to ban me? Sneering in his heart, Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the black-robed apprentice girl who was still smitten with him. Junior sister, I would like to rent an alchemy room. The black-robed apprentice girl woke up from her dream and hurriedly said, Senior brother, may I ask what grade of alchemy room you would like to rent? We have 4 types of alchemy rooms here. Yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, and sky grade. What is the meaning of these 4 types of alchemy rooms? Of these 4 types of alchemy rooms, each one is better than the other. The higher the grade, the more abundant the earth fire, the higher the quality of the cauldron, and the more abundant the spiritual energy in the alchemy room. After speaking, the girl looked at Qin Feng and said, "However, the higher the grade of the alchemy room, the more expensive it is to rent it per day. Generally speaking, the rental price of a yellow class alchemy room is 10 points per day, a black class alchemy room is 30 points per day, and an earth class alchemy room is 80 points per day. As for a sky grade alchemy room, not only does it require an expensive rental fee, it also requires a special status, such as a 4th grade alchemist or above. This is the 3rd update. There will be a 4th later." Chapter 3:11. Being an alchemist is indeed a money-burning profession. Renting an alchemy room is already so expensive. Normal new students would probably go bankrupt. But luckily, I have emptied the ape tribe's wine collection and have a small net worth. Otherwise, with my net worth half a year ago, renting an alchemy room would be difficult. Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng raised his head and said, "Junior sister, give me a mystic level alchemy room." "Okay." The black-robed acolyte girl took out a beast skin form. Name, school, and rental time. Filling in the form one by one, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the rental time column and stopped. Qin Feng thought that this time, using the alchemy room of the Alchemist Guild to refine the sky-burning fire seed should not take too long. However, in order to prevent accidents, Qin Feng filled in 30 days. 30 days, 900 points. Looking at the 900 points, Qin Feng felt his teeth ache. The next column was the alchemist grade. Looking at this column, Qin Feng hesitated slightly. Qin Feng lightly filled in level 0. The black-robed acolyte girl had been paying attention to Qin Feng's pen. Seeing this, the black-robed acolyte girl was stunned and opened her small red mouth. "Senior brother, you're not an alchemist?" The black-robed acolyte girl cursed in her heart. "If you're not an alchemist, why would you rent an alchemy room? Isn't this a joke? Could it be that you are here to experience the life of an alchemist?" Qin Feng glanced at the black-robed acolyte girl and asked, "Why? Junior sister, is there a rule that states that non-alchemists cannot rent an alchemy room?" The black-robed acolyte girl looked at Qin Feng with a pair of big eyes with a complicated expression. "It is rare to see such a thick-skinned senior brother." After hesitating for a while, the black-robed acolyte girl bit her lower lip and said, "Since I insist on renting an alchemy room, then, senior brother, please show me your points card." Qin Feng casually took out the upgraded rainbow glazed points card. The rainbow glazed points card flashed with a bright light. The dazzling light made the black-robed acolyte girl a little dazed. It was actually a rainbow glazed points card. Wasn't this a point card that only a few elders and top geniuses could possess? It was said that only after spending more than 100,000 points would the gold card be upgraded to a 7-colored glazed point card. Slightly stunned, the black-robed girl's eyes flashed with a strange light as she thought to herself, "No wonder he used the 7-color glazed points card. Sigh, stupid people have too many points." On the surface, her expression became much more respectful. After carefully deducting 900 points from Qin Feng's 7-color glaze point card, he returned the 7-color glaze point card to Qin Feng. "Senior Marshal Brother Qin Feng, this is the command medallion for room number 17. Just follow this corridor in front of you and turn left for a few steps. You will see a series of alchemy rooms in room C. You will be able to find them if you look around a little." Qin Feng didn't know what the young girl was thinking. He took a token from the black-robed acolyte girl and passed it to him. This token was not made of gold, jade, or wood. Its tentacles were peculiar, and its material was peculiar. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. There were traces of an inscription array on this token. The black-robed girl shook her head. Qin Feng stepped forward and followed the black-robed girl's guidance, walking toward the corridor. After about a few hundred steps, Qin Feng clearly felt that the fire element Ling Qi in the air was getting denser. There were stone rooms arranged in the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Gudong gudong. After walking through a corridor, Qin Feng heard a strange bubbling sound. The temperature was getting higher and higher. The temperature here was enough to cook a raw egg. After taking a few quick steps, a terrifying magma pool appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. The crimson-red magma was surging within the pool, looking abnormally terrifying. A hot wind blew. Before it got close to Qin Feng, a faint crimson light appeared on Qin Feng's body. It rose into the air like a spirit snake and swallowed the hot wind. The sun's spiritual veins swallowed this strand of fire element Ling Qi. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The fire element Ling Qi here was so dense that it was not inferior to a high-level fire element Ling Qi mountain. A B C D E C Gung Xan. Qin Feng looked at the stone tablet and found the instruction for the alchemy room C. He walked towards room C. Room C1. Room C2. After 100 steps, a huge stone room appeared in front of Qin Feng. Room C17. Looking at the stone door, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He raised his hand and projected the room C17 token onto the stone door. Rumble. The stone door trembled, and a stone door opened with a rumble. Qin Feng walked in. Before he entered, he flipped over the sign on the stone door. Do not disturb. The alchemy room was huge and looked very spacious. The expert who set up the alchemy room obviously had some attainments in feng shui. In the center was a huge, three-legged cauldron. Below the cauldron, a crimson fire was burning fiercely. If one got close, they would feel a surge of heat. This kind of impact was not weaker than a casual attack from a martial artist of the 12th heavenly layer. The cauldron was connected to the underground fire vein, continuously drawing in the fire. Under the cauldron, there were a few fire bricks, which are used to filter the baleful aura of the fire. On the walls of the alchemy room, there were many stone grids that could hold elixirs. At a glance, they were arranged neatly. Not far from the cauldron, Qin Feng found a purple praying mat made of spirit concentrating grass. Walking into the alchemy room, a surge of rich Ling Qi greeted him. Taking a breath, a surge of fiery aura went straight into his heart. One abundant fire attribute Ling Qi is not even comparable to some 7th-level fire attribute, Ling Qi blessed lands. If the profound level alchemy room's Ling Qi is like this, I wonder how the earth-level fire attribute Ling Qi blessed lands and heaven-level Ling Qi blessed lands will be like. But it seems that the 900 points were well spent. Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng's figure flashed. The next moment, he appeared on the praying mat and sat down cross-legged. After slightly adjusting his breathing for an hour, Qin Feng smoothed out the distracting thoughts in his mind and began his closed-door training. In Qin Feng's mind, the secrets of Ling Qi appeared in the art of the stars. The scripture of the 5 elements Ling Qi meridian technique rotated in his mind. The heavenly Tao star true power in his body revolved. Streams of star true power wrapped around the burning sky blood flame in his body and began to refine this exceptionally precious flame. The burning sky blood flame was exceptionally precious. It was the life flame of the primordial true spirit, the burning sky sparrow. This kind of flame was ranked extremely high among the many powerful flames. If its full potential could be brought out, it would be easy to burn mountains and boil seas. Qin Feng sat cross-legged. All of his spiritual sense was concentrated between his palms. His 10 fingers intertwined, quickly forming one mysterious seal after another. In Qin Feng's body, the star true power in each seal transformed into a strange rune containing a mysterious power. The burning sky blood flame changed in one strange rune after another. It was condensed, elongated, twisted, following a mysterious trajectory. 3 hours later, in Qin Feng's body, a blood-red spiritual vein burning with flames appeared. A blood-red flame rose from Qin Feng's body. This kind of flame seemed to be blood-red, with a destructive power that could devour living things. Between Qin Feng's 2 palms, the 5 fingers that were curled and straightened quickly reached the limit. In an instant, they stagnated. At the same time, a blood-red flame appeared between his 2 palms. The burning sky blood flame. This was the second powerful flame that Qin Feng had mastered after the true sun flame. Tomorrow is still at 4 o'clock. Chapter 312. Sky-burning blood flame. A small cluster of blood-red flames floated above Qin Feng's palm. The flames seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. The power of the sky-burning blood flame was also related to the user. In the hands of an immemorial true spirit, the sky-burning blood flame could destroy heaven and earth. In the hands of Ji Huang, it was difficult to break Qin Feng's defense. But in the hands of Qin Feng, the power of the sky-burning blood flame increased dramatically. Even if a sea reincarnation realm expert was infected with Qin Feng's sky-burning blood flame, it would be difficult. Qin Feng felt that as the heavenly Tao star true power poured into the sky-burning spirit vein, the power of the sky-burning blood flame increased by several times. A lot of potential was brought out. The heavenly Tao star true power was indeed terrifying. He cultivated the second fire attribute spirit vein. The two spirit veins, the sun spirit vein and the sky-burning spirit vein, were constantly absorbing the primordial energy in the air, refining, and transforming it into star true power. At this moment, Qin Feng's face changed. After condensing the sky-burning spirit vein, the star true power in Qin Feng's body rose by nearly half like a tide. Rumble. The tyrannical star true power surged. Qin Feng's face was blood red. Qin Feng hurriedly controlled the star true power to rush up and refine the new star true power. Whoosh! After dozens of breaths, Qin Feng's mouth slightly opened, and wisps of black smoke flew out of his mouth. These were some impurities in the sky-burning blood flame. The black smoke and spirals formed a sky-burning sparrow in the air, and after a while, it let out a crisp cry and dispersed. These were some imprints of the sky-burning sparrow in the sky-burning blood flame. After a long while, Qin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the dissipating strands of black smoke. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he thought to himself, so that's how it is. The spiritual fire seed in Ji Huanger's body was separated from the burning heaven sparrow's body. She did not refine and subdue the burning heaven blood flame's spiritual fire, so the power of the burning heaven blood flames is so weak. With a thought from Qin Feng, a small clump of sky-burning blood flames appeared on his palm with a bang. At this time, the burning heaven blood flame had been completely refined by him, and some of the burning heaven sparrow's imprints inside had also been completely removed. This spiritual fire was finally for him to use. The blood-red flame in his palm disappeared, and Qin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. This sky-burning blood flame was indeed worthy of its reputation. Qin Feng could feel the terrifying power within the burning sky-burning blood flames that could incinerate the world. With a flip of his palm, he put away the sky-burning blood flame. Qin Feng stretched and looked at the time. The sundial in the alchemy room showed that it was less than 4 to 5 hours. This is really unexpected. I thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month to refine the sky-burning blood flame's spiritual fire. I didn't expect the heavenly law star true power to be so terrifying. It only took 1 day to refine the sky-burning blood flame's spiritual fire. He thought to himself. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. He thought to himself, there are still 29 days left. It would be a waste of points to go out like this. I might as well cultivate in seclusion here and continue to refine the spiritual veins. The alchemy room opened by the Alchemist Guild gathered earth fire and arranged many spirit gathering arrays. The fire attribute spiritual energy here was abnormally abundant. It was the best place to condense spiritual veins. Suddenly, Qin Feng's brows twitched as he remembered the spiritual objects and spiritual roots he bought in the contribution hall. Some of the spiritual roots were randomly stuffed into the chaotic world. Qin Feng quickly looked inside with his spiritual sense and the chaotic world appeared in his spiritual sense. At this moment, the chaotic world had undergone a huge change. After obtaining high-grade wood attribute spiritual roots and high-grade fire attribute spiritual roots, the original 9 miles radius became 999 miles. In the middle of the sea, a small continent that was dozens of miles long stood. In the middle of the continent was a strange sapling. This was the world tree. It floated above the continent. Its roots were rooted in the endless void and connected to the void of the 10,000 worlds. It was constantly absorbing the void vital energy and turning it into primeval vital energy, nine-yang vital energy, netherworld vital energy, raging fire vital energy, Kuei water vital energy, and other vital energies. They were distributed in all directions and strengthened the chaotic world. A few fine earth spiritual veins appeared on the ground, and the embryonic form of a perfect world was already formed. Around the world tree, there were 2,000-3,000-year-old gourd spiritual roots. The gourd spiritual roots were rooted in a few fine spiritual veins, and the fat green leaves stretched out. The roots became more emerald green, like jade agate, and emitted spiritual light. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. The spiritual roots were cleansed by the aura of the world tree, and their quality was changing. The spiritual light they emitted was purer. Below these spiritual roots was a spring that was red like amber. After being nourished by the world tree, the life force of the spring of life became purer. This place became the source of life for the entire chaotic world. The spiritual roots greedily dipped their roots into the spring, absorbing the life force and nutrients to grow. Among the 3 gourd spiritual roots, one of them had already formed flower buds. It looked like there was hope for it to form a gourd. In the extreme west of the chaotic world, there was a glacier. The Frost Soul Ice Spring was located here. On the glacier, a few mermaid experts were sealed in ice. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the mermaid queen, Red Fish. He originally wanted to use her Yin essence to help him break through to the Meridian's condensation realm. However, after being nourished by the world tree, he didn't need this backup mermaid queen. Qin Feng thought that he could continue to nurture this extreme Yin cauldron. It might be of great use when he broke through to the sea reincarnation realm. On the other side, Shirtong was also sealed in ice. This chaotic world had just been formed. Before it was fully condensed, Qin Feng wouldn't raise any other living beings other than spiritual roots. In the extreme south, there was a small volcano. The remnant root of the sway tree had already sprouted. The fire attribute spiritual root had been successfully stimulated by the spring of life. It was a small crimson tree, and there seemed to be a crimson light overflowing from the small tree, burning. The small tree was bare. There were only 2 or 3 branches on the branches. The young leaves on the branches were very mysterious. The veins on the fiery red leaves were like ancient runes, describing the essence of fire in the heaven and earth. Qin Feng gathered his spiritual sense and formed an invisible figure in the chaotic world. He revealed a smile on his face. The sway tree was indeed a spiritual root in the legends. With the sway tree's root, the fusion of the lava heaven and earth would be successful. Not only that, there was also a little 7-colored godly soil that Qin Feng had bought from the Star Academy at a high price. This rainbow godly clay was said to be formed after the fall of the demon god Sovereign, whose essence Qi had fused with the essence of the earth. It was a high-grade earth attribute spiritual item. There were already mineral veins in the center of the continent. Qin Feng had buried a Gungjin or mother in the center of the continent. The Gungjin or mother was a high-grade, mid-grade earth attribute spiritual item. It could produce mineral veins and was worth nearly 8,000 points. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The chaos heavens now had all 5 elements. Jade sea heaven and earth, jade wood heaven and earth, lava heaven and earth, thick earth heaven and metal emperor heaven and earth. The chaos 5 directions heavens now had all 5 elements. Unfortunately, I'm still lacking in strength. If not, I would definitely be able to cast a peerless technique to fuse the 5 elements into one, forming a perfect world and establishing the supreme foundation of the Chaos 5 Directions heavens. Sighing inwardly, Qin Feng pulled out a sway fire seed from the sway tree. In the alchemy chamber, Qin Feng opened his eyes. A strange flame appeared in front of him. The scarlet flame was on the surface, and there was a bit of gold inside. It was the sway fire among the heaven and earth spiritual fires. Qin Feng was going to use the sway fire to condense a sway sovereign spirit vein. The internet was disconnected in the morning, so it was late. Chapter 3:13. 2 days later. In the alchemy room, a young man in battle attire flashed, and the battle attire disappeared like water ripples. Crackle, crackle. Qin Feng's body trembled, and within his muscles and bones, there was a burst of bone cracking sounds. Qin Feng's muscles and bones hummed like a peerless bow, buzzing. Qin Feng's body was surrounded by a reddish-gold spiritual vein, like a soaring spiritual snake. Qin Feng looked inside himself, and at this moment, every inch of his flesh, every inch of his bones, every inch of his meridians, and every inch of his pores were being tempered by a reddish-gold flame. Countless flesh, muscles, and bones were being destroyed by this tyrannical flame, but there was always a trace of blood essence that survived the destruction, bringing with it a stronger vitality and a more flexible power. The aura around his body became even purer, like refined iron. After half an hour, Qin Feng took a deep breath, and the reddish-gold flame around his body suddenly rolled back from his pores and retracted back into his body. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng's body seemed to be exploding with countless flames. Qin Feng's skin shook violently, and his flesh overflowed with spiritual light, and a substantial flame pattern appeared on his skin. One was as tyrannical as the sun in the sky. One was as red as blood, destroying heaven and earth. One was as golden as the ancient Saint Emperor, dominating the world. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a ball of flame burned, as if it could melt the void. Qin Feng mumbled to himself, "I almost burned myself playing with fire." Thinking of the situation not long ago, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. That was close. I originally thought that with my previous life's attainments in alchemy, I would be able to reconcile many spiritual flames at once, but I overestimated myself. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao's star true force is far more mysterious than I imagined, and suppressed the conflict of the 3 spiritual flames. Otherwise, if the 3 spiritual flames were to clash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rejoicing in his heart, Qin Feng raised his arm. With a slight movement, a violent surge of energy surged out. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This was a blessing in disguise. After being tempered by 3 types of spirit flames, Qin Feng's 8 desolation indestructible body had reached a whole new level. Qin Feng now had a feeling that even if someone crushed his hands and feet, they would slowly grow back after a certain period of time. Forget it, I'd better come out of seclusion for the time being. There's no point in continuing my seclusion. Qin Feng pondered. Qin Feng simply could not condense many types of spiritual fire at once. 3 types was already his limit. Unless Qin Feng completely subdued the 3 spirit fires before continuing to condense the 4th spirit fire. Qin Feng didn't have much worry on his face. He just needed some time to get used to it. Qin Feng was a demigod alchemist grandmaster. He had an extraordinary understanding of the spiritual fire's profound meaning. As long as he had a period of time, he would definitely be able to subdue the 3 types of spiritual fire. Qin Feng glanced around. At this time, his battle suit had disappeared. 2 days was enough for Qin Feng to completely refine the Abyss battle suit. At this time, the battle suit turned into a blood-red starlight and retracted into his dantian. It would definitely appear when it was summoned again. Glancing at the alchemy room, Qin Feng went directly to the entrance of the cave residence. He took out the token on the door. Rumble. The entire cave residence's door shook. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng appeared in the alchemist hall. The alchemist hall was bustling with noise and excitement. It was crowded with people. The alchemists in black robes were discussing in low voices, as if they were waiting for something. Qin Feng was surprised to find that there were at least 100 alchemists in black robes gathered here. Not only were there alchemist apprentices, Qin Feng also saw many official alchemists in the crowd. There were even some Tier 2 alchemists and some rare Tier 3 alchemists. This place was bustling with noise and excitement. Qin Feng even saw some of the more famous young talents in All-Stars College. Many of the young men and women were ranked at the top of the stars. These people were called small tycoons. When Qin Feng flashed past, some beautiful girls looked at him from afar. They surrounded the alchemist hall and raised their heads in anticipation. He didn't know what they were looking at. With doubts in his heart, Qin Feng muttered to himself. After a few steps, Qin Feng arrived in front of the counter. Behind the counter, a black-robed female apprentice was staring at a book called Alchemist Basics without blinking. With a bang, Qin Feng placed the token on the counter. "Senior brother, it's you." In front of the counter, the black-robed girl saw a familiar figure. It was the Tier 0 alchemist who came to the alchemist room to experience life. The black-robed girl had a strange expression. Qin Feng glanced at the black-robed girl. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to the black-robed girl's thoughts. Qin Feng looked around. The Alchemist Guild seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement today. It was rare to see such a lively scene. Looking at the alchemists with different temperaments and arrogant expressions, Qin Feng understood these alchemists very well. These alchemists were even more aloof than Xian masters, inscription masters, and tool refiners. They didn't see outsiders all year round. Qin Feng was very curious about what could alarm all of them at once. At this moment, a commotion came from the entrance of the alchemist hall. Qin Feng turned his head to look. It seemed like some big shot had arrived. The geniuses at the entrance of the alchemist hall automatically scattered, and the crowd parted to form a path. Two black-robed alchemists took the lead and walked in. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Looking at their attire, the two black-robed alchemists in the lead were actually Tier 6 alchemists. Listening to the people around them, these two were actually the president and vice president of All-Stars College's Alchemist Guild. One of the old men was Yu Ji Huang, Er's master, Master Zhuang He. The other old man with yellow eyebrows was the vice president, Master Long Mei. There was also a Tier 5 alchemist, Master Lian Shan. Behind Master Lian Shan were respected Tier 4 alchemists. Behind the two grandmasters, there were some young men and women. Qin Feng saw a few familiar figures. It was the graceful, and peerless beauty with a head full of silver hair, Yu Ji. Behind Yu Ji was Ji Huang Er. There were also 5 or 6 disciples of Master Zhuang He. Each of them was a dragon or phoenix among men and had some fame. Most of these young men and women were Tier 2 alchemists. Only a slightly immature youth was wearing the black robe of a Tier 1 alchemist. On the other side were Master Long Mei's disciples. The one in the lead was Yi Ding, the one who said that he would make Qin Feng's life difficult. Yi Ding's eyebrows were high, the corners of his mouth were upturned, and his hair was tied up. Today he was wearing a standard black robe with big sleeves fluttering in the wind. His starry eyes contained a trace of confidence. He was handsome and imposing. Yi Ding seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's gaze. He turned his head, and his gaze fell on Qin Feng in front of the counter. He recognized Qin Feng. Yi Ding glanced at him indifferently and immediately turned his head away. He was high and mighty and didn't need to care about an ant. Qin Feng frowned. This wasn't disdain, but disregard. A group of people walked towards the hall with a grand momentum. Qin Feng sensed that when many black-robed alchemists' gazes fell on Yi Ding, they were faintly discernible with envy and reverence. It was as if Yi Ding was the center of the Alchemist Guild today. Qin Feng's gaze swept across. The black-robed apprentice girl behind the counter was already starry. She was just short of directly pouncing on him. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked with a flicker in his eyes, "Junior sister, did something big happen today?" It actually alarmed so many alchemists. Senior brother, today is a big day. Senior brother Yi Ding is going to take the Tier 4 Alchemist exam. A Tier 4 Alchemist before the age of 20. In the capital of stars, only he and senior sister Yu Ji can do that. The black-robed apprentice girl's eyes were filled with a charming light. Her big eyes stared at Yi Ding's distant figure as if they were about to overflow. So it's the alchemist exam. A Tier 4 Alchemist? Qin Feng's gaze was deep as the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Qin Feng turned around and said to the smitten apprentice girl, "Help me register. Fill out an application form." Application for what? Alchemist exam. This is the second part. Next is the third and fourth part. Chapter 314. Qin Feng had the idea of obtaining a rank badge in the Alchemist Association a long time ago. However, Qin Feng had not broken through to the Meridian stage, so he could not try it. Martial arts were limited by talent. Moreover, Qin Feng had a water attribute constitution, so he could not condense true fire. After breaking through to the Meridian stage, Qin Feng had walked out of the restriction of attributes. Hearing that Qin Feng wanted to apply for the alchemist examination, the black-robed girl opened her eyes wide. "Senior brother, you want to apply for the alchemist examination?" The black-robed girl had a strange look on her face. Qin Feng asked with a straight face, "Why can't I?" The black-robed girl hurriedly said, "You can, of course you can. Senior brother, you can go to another counter to register. After you fill in the registration form, you can pay the examination fee, and then you can take the examination." Hearing this, Qin Feng followed the black-robed girl's guidance, and his eyes fell on another counter in the hall. Qin Feng turned around and walked towards the counter. It's really strange. I guess they were provoked by senior brother Yi Ding. These people are really overestimating themselves. They want to be mentioned in the same breath as senior brother Yi Ding. Hearing the soft muttering of the black-robed girl behind him, Qin Feng's footsteps paused. His face slightly darkened as he coldly snorted in his heart. After a few breaths, he arrived in front of a counter on the other side. Here, a black-robed girl with small freckles on her face was in charge of registration. Hearing footsteps, the freckled girl said without raising her head, "Renting an alchemy room is registered on the left. If you want to apply for the alchemist examination, you can fill in the form and then pay 300 points. Then wait. The next round of alchemist examination will start in 2 hours." Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes moved and fell on a stack of snow-white bee skins on the counter. Qin Feng casually took out one of them. Name: Qin Feng. Age: 15. Teacher. None. Hearing the scribbling sound, the freckled girl raised her head and looked. When her eyes fell on Qin Feng's teacher, she was slightly startled. "No teacher?" The freckled girl frowned. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Another ignorant fellow." Qin Feng raised his head and saw a beautiful girl in green walking over. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her bearing was elegant. However, when she glanced at Qin Feng's direction, her eyes were filled with disdain. There are a lot of people who overestimate themselves these days. Are they really that naive? Do people nowadays really think that just anyone can become an alchemist? Qin Feng glanced around. It seemed that there was no one else around him. Without a doubt, he was the only one who was affected. Frowning, Qin Feng didn't want to say anything. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the green-clothed girl's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. Her gaze fell on the freckled girl, and she said, "Junior sister Zhou Yuan, you don't need to pay attention to this kind of person. He's just wasting the Alchemist Guild's materials." Qin Feng felt a little helpless. He didn't want to cause trouble at all, but this trouble really followed him like a shadow. Qin Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest, too lazy to speak. The freckled girl was a little hesitant. As everyone knew, an alchemist without a master would not be able to pass the threshold. Alchemists had a long history, but basically all the famous alchemists had a master. After a moment of consideration, the freckled girl organized her words and advised, "Senior brother, have you carefully considered it? Every alchemist examination opportunity is precious. Not only does it require an expensive amount of points, but after a failure, you have to wait at least half a year before you can apply for the examination again. Junior sister, you just need to help with the registration. You don't need to be disturbed by others. Since the Alchemist Guild is a public large guild, it shouldn't refuse others to apply for the alchemist examination, right? Qin Feng took out his points card and placed it on the counter with a pa sound. The freckled girl glanced at the 7-colored point card on the counter and was shocked. Her expression softened quite a bit. With the 7-colored point card accompanying him, this senior brother in front of her definitely wasn't a nobody. He shouldn't be messing around. The green-clothed girl also saw the 7-color point card that Qin Feng took out. Her complexion slightly changed, but in the next moment, her charming face revealed a trace of a sneer. So what if it was a 7-colored point card? The Alchemist Guild wasn't any other place. People who could come to the Alchemist Guild and use the 7-color point card were numerous. Even the elders of All Stars College could only be regarded as ordinary people in the Alchemist Guild. The identity of every alchemist in the Alchemist Guild wasn't as simple as an ordinary martial artist. Junior Sister Ro, why are you still here? The alchemist examination is about to begin. At this moment, a soft and slightly dissatisfied voice came from the crowd. A white-clothed youth walked out from the crowd. This white-clothed youth looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was quite charming and had a touch of arrogance brewing between his eyebrows. He frowned and looked at the green-clothed girl. Senior Brother Meng ran. The green-clothed girl suddenly turned around, revealing a trace of tenderness in her charming eyes. The white-clothed youth's eyes swept over and stopped on Qin Feng for half a breath. In the next moment, he looked away and said, Junior Sister Ro, you have to change your temperament. Don't argue with some inexplicable people. Have you ever seen an eagle in the sky arguing with a pheasant in the grass? Yes, senior brother. The green-clothed girl's eyes lit up and smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face was full of a moving smile. Another boring guy. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Qin Feng didn't want to have any unnecessary arguments. They glanced at Qin Feng, sneered, turned around, and left. Just like how Qin Feng looked at them, they also felt that this black-clothed youth was simply overestimating himself. A toad also wanted to become a golden toad. After a long while, the freckled girl finished the procedures and deducted the points. She handed the form and the point card to Qin Feng and said, Senior brother, this is your form. With this form, you can go to the examination area and wait. Thank you. Qin Feng nodded and turned to the examination area. The examination area was very spacious. After entering the gate, Qin Feng felt as if he had come to a huge circular arena. Around him were stands. Some gray-robed alchemist apprentices had already sat down and were ready to watch the examination. In front of him was a huge circular field. There were dozens of mutually divided stone platforms. On each stone platform were 3 sets of medicinal materials and some auxiliary refining equipment. In front of the stone platform was a 3-legged alchemy furnace. At this time, the furnace fire was already lit. Inside these stone platforms, there were already more than 10 young men and women waiting. Among them were the 2 who had mocked and ridiculed him just now. In front of the stone platform were their names. The girl was called Zhou Ro and the boy was called Meng Ran. Listening to the whispers of some alchemist apprentices in the stands. These 2 people seemed to be from famous families. These 2 people were the disciples of Master Long Mei, the vice president of the Alchemist Association. Qin Feng swept his gaze over, and to his surprise, he actually saw another familiar face. At the same time, the red-clothed girl was also looking at him. Her eyes were surging with anger. Ji Huang, our enemies meet on a narrow road. Next is the 4th update. Chapter 3:15. It's this bastard again. The beautiful girl in red gnashed her teeth in anger. She seems to have a bad opinion of me. Qin Feng smiled helplessly when he felt the gaze that wanted to cut him into pieces. At the same time, on the spectator stand, there were a few familiar faces staring at Qin Feng as shock flashed in their eyes. It's him. Lu Qingyang never expected to see this familiar figure in the Alchemist Association. Lu Qingyang didn't want to see this person the most. Isn't this Qin Feng a mystic cultivator? Why did he come to the Alchemist Association to take the test? In another corner, Xiao Yuchan's handsome face, which was comparable to a peerless beauty, revealed a gloomy expression. Why do I see him everywhere? If possible, Xiao Yuchan didn't want to see this figure at all. This figure was like a huge mountain pressing down on the Azure Dragon District. Many new geniuses almost couldn't breathe. Lu Qingyang and Xiao Yuchan looked at each other, both of them pulling long faces. Lu Qingyang and Xiao Yuchan were outstanding talents. They spent a lot of effort to stay in the Alchemist Association for half a year and just became apprentices not long ago. This Qin Feng was going to take the Grade 1 Alchemist test as soon as he arrived. It was unbearable no matter how they looked at it. At the test venue, the stand was still very lively. Compared to Lu Qingyang, Xiao Yuchan was depressed. Ji Huang really had a headache. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Qin Feng, she had a bad feeling. It was a headache. Just like half a day ago, she was taken advantage of by this guy in the blink of an eye. Although she didn't lose out in the end, she felt that it was nothing good. Junior apprentice Sister Ji, don't worry. You have a deep foundation. Although you just entered teacher's tutelage, you've been nurtured by the clan's alchemists for a long time. In fact, your strength isn't weak. Plus, you just refined the sky-burning blood flame spirit fire not long ago. I believe that advancing to a Grade 1 alchemist is a matter of course. Hearing the voice transmission, Ji Huang looked up. At this time, there was a silver-haired girl nodding at her from the stands. This guy is still on the right track. Forget it. He will wake up in a while. At the edge of the stone platform, Zhou Ro glanced coldly at Qin Feng. To be able to be chosen as a disciple by the 6th grade alchemist, Grandmaster Long Mei, they had their own pride. Generally speaking, standing here at this age, there was no doubt about their soul talents. Every alchemist could choose not to enter the pulse condensation period, but they could not have soul talent. The soul was the only way to control fire. Flames were the bridge to communicate with pills. At this moment, in the center position, 2 Tier 4 alchemists in black robes swept their eyes over everyone. They were a male and a female Tier 4 alchemist. Their black robes were clean, and their hair was neatly combed. The 2 of them calmly sized up the crowd. These 2 were in charge of all matters related to the assessment here. Naming Elder and Jade Elder. These 2 elders had quite a bit of fame in the Alchemist Association. In front of the 2 of them was a sundial. At this moment, the sundial was slowly turning. Every turn represented an hour. Every 4 hours, there were 10 tiny grids in the center. Junior sister, it seems like there are quite a few strong apprentices participating in the assessment this time. Elder Ji Ming's gaze swept across the young men and women in front of the stone platform. He tilted his head and said to Elder Ji beside him, "Just those few people, apart from Meng, Ji Huang and Yuan Xiaobai, the others have no hope at all." Elder Ji's face carried a slight snort. Her gaze swept over Qin Feng and the others. Her face carried a trace of displeasure. Like many radical elders in the Alchemist Association, she disliked those individual alchemists very much. She even believed that these guys purely came to consume the Alchemist Association's spiritual materials. So much so that a few years ago, she even suggested canceling the qualifications of these alchemists who did not have a master or background. Smiling, Elder Ji Ming shook his head and did not speak anymore. Only when his gaze occasionally swept over Qin Feng's body, there was an extra trace of caution. He had cultivated a peculiar secret method. Towards some extremely famous spiritual fires, he was extremely sensitive. On that black-clothed youth, he clearly sensed no less than 3 types of powerful spiritual fires. To be able to subdue 3 types of spiritual fires at once, this youth must have an extraordinary control over spiritual fires. Thinking in his heart, Elder Ji Ming's eyes flashed a trace of a dark sigh. For an alchemist, this point was often the most precious. The stronger the control over the flames, the higher the probability of refining pills was undoubtedly compared to others. If he really could not control the flames, what could he use to refine pills? After an hour, looking at the red needle sundial in front of him, Elder Zhiyu's eyes moved slightly and said, "The Grade 1 Alchemist assessment has officially begun. The assessment time is 3 hours. You are required to independently refine the pill formula recorded on the sheepskin scroll on the stone platform." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression changed. His gaze fell on the sheepskin scroll on the stone platform in front of him. At this moment, a voice full of dissatisfaction suddenly came. "Boy, be careful later. It doesn't matter if you fail. If the explosion disturbs me later, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Qin Feng turned around and saw a rather heroic young man next door glaring at him with his nose raised and eyes raised. Yuan Xiaobai. Qin Feng saw the stone tablet in front of the youth. What the hell are you shouting for? Even if no one disturbs you, you will not succeed." Looking at the youth, Qin Feng said, "Later, you must not disturb me by exploding the furnace. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you into a pig head." If one did not have enough control over the flames, it was easy to cause the furnace to explode. This was very dangerous, especially in this environment. Once the furnace exploded, it would have a great impact on the surrounding people. Not only Qin Feng's side was full of gunpowder, but other places were also full of gunpowder. Elder Zhi Ming and Elder Zhi Yu looked at this scene expressionlessly. This kind of atmosphere was inevitable. It would appear in every alchemist assessment. As long as they did not fight, the two elders were too lazy to make a move. At the same time, Qin Feng found that Ji Huang who was several feet away, also looked over. "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I can affect you?" Qin Feng secretly wondered. Turning his eyes, Qin Feng picked up the sheepskin scroll on the stone table. This sheepskin scroll was sealed with paraffin wax, and the pill recipe was also random. Qin Feng used a silver knife to cut open the paraffin wax, and a pill recipe appeared in front of him. Bone-tempering pill. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. There are many first-grade pills, but the bone-tempering pill was definitely one of the most difficult ones. Qin Feng's luck was not very good. At the same time, Ji Huang also opened the sheepskin scroll on the stone table. Essence-tempering pill. The pill recipe reflected in her eyes made Ji Huang beautiful face show a trace of smile. Essence-tempering pill was also a first-grade pill, but this kind of pill was relatively simple and very suitable for novices. Essence-tempering pill and bone-tempering pill only had a word difference, but the difficulty was different by a level. One was the simple version, and the other was the upgraded version. Qin Feng grabbed the upgraded version casually, so it was inevitable that he would be depressed. There was a power outage in the community last night. This made up for yesterday's 4th update. Chapter 316. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the surrounding stone platforms. When he passed by Zhou Rou and Meng Ran's platforms, his eyes narrowed. Although he only glanced at these herbs, Qin Feng could guess what kind of pills these people were going to refine with just a glance. Scarlet Vitality Pill, Qi Returning Pill. Both of them were first-grade basic pills. Qin Feng snorted lightly. As the sundial reached the time, the assessment began. A crisp bell rang in the arena. At the same time, an invisible and transparent light screen appeared around the circular arena, sealing off the entire stone platform area. As this light screen rose, the whispers outside the stands were immediately isolated. Numerous gazes fell on the arena. In front of the stone platforms, all the alchemist apprentices participating in the assessment began to light the furnace fire. Almost simultaneously, their palms fell on the furnace wall, urging their true power to light the furnace fire. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the alchemy furnace in front of the stone platform. This alchemy furnace was bronze in color, emitting a mellow and continuous flame. Its appearance was simple and unadorned, and its big belly was exquisitely designed. At this moment, a few soft exclamations were heard. Qin Feng raised his head and saw that everyone was staring at Meng Ran. At this moment, a green flame was rising in Meng Ran's alchemy furnace. In the distance, Elder Ji Ming's eyes swept over the alchemist apprentices. When his eyes swept across the alchemy furnace in front of Meng Ran, his expression turned serious. It's the Earth Fiend Green Spirit Fire. The Earth Fiend Green Spirit Fire was a rare spirit fire that existed in the Earth's core. Usually, a 10,000-year-old spirit root would sink into the ground and condense the Earth's core flame for many years. After the wood attribute was extremely condensed, a type of spirit fire would be born. This type of spirit fire contained vitality. It was a rare high-grade spirit fire for refining pills. It's Master Long, May's Earth Fiend Green Spirit Fire. Looks like this little guy received Master Long, May's true teachings. Elder Ji Yu was slightly startled, and the corners of his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Elder Ji Yu maintained the highest respect for Master Long May, one of the 2 sixth-grade alchemists in the Alchemist Association. Naturally, he loved the house and its crow. Elder Ji Yu gently nodded. A little fellow with great potential. At this moment, a blazing high temperature suddenly rushed out, and the alchemy furnace in front of Ji Huanger was attacked by a scarlet flame that was as red as blood. Buzz! The entire cauldron was buzzing, being agitated by this abnormally tyrannical flame. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud explosions sounded in the stone platform area. Qin Feng turned around, his gaze landing on the stone platform to his left. At this moment, an invisible qi pervaded the stone platform. A standard pill furnace had been shattered into pieces, some of the fragments flying towards Qin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as it touched Qin Feng, the silvery white gang qi around him bounced off. In front of the stone platform, Yuan Xiaobai stared blankly at this scene. His face alternated between green and red. Yuan Xiaobai's furnace had already exploded. Not only Yuan Xiaobai, but 2 other apprentices also failed to control the flame and detonated the furnace. Qin Feng looked at the culprit. Ji Huanger was expressionless, but Qin Feng saw that the girl was biting her pink lips. Just now, she failed to control the flame, and then the overbearing sky-burning blood flame uncontrollably fluctuated and affected others. In addition to the 3 unlucky guys whose furnaces had exploded, there were several other people who were caught off guard, and the medicinal materials in their furnaces were turned into ashes by the sudden change of flame. The naming elder's gaze swept over the blood-red flames that were raging within Ji Huanger's pill furnace, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. A moment later, his gaze landed on the few panic-stricken fellows who had exploded their furnaces, and he coldly announced, Yuan Xiaobai, Zhao Yuqin, Lu Xiaowang eliminated. Before they could react, a few short screams were heard. The ground under their feet suddenly became empty, and a large circular hole appeared on the stone platform. They instantly fell into the mechanism and were sent out of the examination site in a sorry state. Qin Feng did not pay too much attention to the farce. He pondered slightly. Which spiritual fire is used to refine it? Qin Feng had 3 spiritual fires in his body: the true sun fire, sky-burning blood flame, and heaven and earth fire. Each of the 3 spiritual fires had its own advantages and disadvantages. Other than the true sun fire, which was ranked at the bottom, the other 2 spiritual fires, sky-burning blood flame and heaven and earth fire, were all first-class, tyrannical spiritual fires. However, in terms of alchemy, heaven and earth fire was more advantageous. Heaven and earth fire was born from the sway tree spirit root, and innately carried a trace of the power of creation. This spiritual fire was undoubtedly more suitable for alchemy. In the arena, everyone had already started to move, and only Qin Feng stood in the same place in a daze. With this kind of appearance, it was hard not to attract attention. What is he doing? Why is there still no movement? Frowning at Qin Feng, Elder Ji Yu's face carried a trace of displeasure. He should be nervous. Many apprentices who come in contact with the alchemist examination for the first time will be too nervous and unable to display their strength. Elder Ji Yu smiled lightly. Nervous? A true alchemist will never make such a low-level mistake. Elder Ji Yu's face revealed a trace of cold snort. Bring me his information. I want to see who his mentor is. Elder Ji Yu waved her hand, and immediately a gray-robed alchemist walked over with a stack of bee skin scrolls. She flipped through Qin Feng's registration information, and her gaze lingered on the line of age for a few breaths. 15 years old, this age was a little young. Where her gaze landed on the Minners group, Elder Ji Yu couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Elder Ji Yu's face was ashen, and his face was filled with displeasure. It's this kind of unaffiliated alchemist again. Elder Ji Yu tilted her head and looked at Elder Ji Yu, who was frowning. Senior brother, I've already said that we can't allow these fellows to fish in troubled waters. Look, these people are completely wasting our alchemist guild's medicinal herbs. Back then, I suggested this to the Elder Council, but you guys just didn't agree. These people are all bumpkins with no family background. What capabilities do they have? Every one of them came to the Alchemist Guild to show off once they have some status. I really don't understand why the Alchemist Guild is wasting the spiritual herbs that we painstakingly gathered on these annoying bumpkins. Elder Ji Yu's chest rose and fell rapidly, and his expression was furious. He stared at Qin Feng with undisguised disgust. Elder Ji Yu frowned. It was undeniable that being an alchemist was a money-burning profession. If one didn't have a certain status, it was very difficult to support an alchemist. This was also a fact. Junior sister's temper is still so stubborn and arbitrary. Sighing lightly, Elder Ji Yu shook his head. Junior sister, you are too bigoted. Since ancient times, there have been hidden dragons and snakes in the grass. They can't be lumped together, just like this young man in front of us. Impossible, just based on him? Elder Ji Yu was cold as she looked at the information in her hand. She sneered. What ability does he have to become an alchemist? To say that there are a few good seedlings in this assessment, Ji Huang, Meng Ran, and Zhou Rou are all very good. They all have the possibility of becoming alchemists, but this young man with no family background is absolutely impossible. Elder Ji Yu's voice fell, and right at this moment, she suddenly realized that the entire arena had suddenly quietened down. She hurriedly turned her head to take a look, but her expression changed drastically, and the corner of her lips almost broke. This is the first update. There are 3 more updates to follow. Chapter 3:17. In the cauldron in front of Qin Feng, a red flame with gold in it burned. What kind of flame is this? Could it be another kind of spiritual fire? Around the arena, everyone looked at the red and gold flame burning in the cauldron in front of Qin Feng in astonishment. This flame contained a profound power. This was not a true fire condensed by a meridian condensation expert. It was also not a beast fire bred in the body of a fierce beast. This was a true spiritual fire. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that the power of his flame is stronger than the earth fiend, cyan spiritual fire, and not inferior to Ji Huang, blood-burning sky flame? Elder Ji Yu muttered to himself with an inexplicably shocked expression. It was more of a kind of disbelief. The next moment, it turned into a kind of pain and anger. What ability does he have to control such a tyrannical spiritual fire? The appearance of this spiritual fire aroused Elder Ji Yu's anger. This kind of spiritual fire in the hands of such an ignorant and incompetent person is a complete waste. Elder Ji Yu shook his head and sighed his heart. Junior sister Ji Yu's temperament is still so paranoid. No wonder her talent is still firmly bound to a 4th-grade alchemist. Raising his head to look at Qin Feng, Elder Ji Yu said, Junior sister, you still underestimate that little guy. This little guy is not simple. Did you not notice his degree of control of this red and gold flame? Did you really not see the slightest clue? The quality of this red and gold spiritual fire is not inferior to the blood-burning sky flame at all, and is even a bit stronger, but he can control this spiritual fire with incomparable proficiency. Compared to Ji Huang, or his performance just now, do you think he is still a person who wastes the medicinal materials of the Pharmacist Association? Elder Ji Yu was a little speechless. Elder Ji Yu tilted his head and glanced at her, then turned to look at Qin Feng and said, "Just based on his control over the flames, I can say with certainty that no one here is more like a true alchemist than him." Hearing this, Elder Ji felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "Senior brother, so what if he can control the fire well? A real alchemist does not only know how to control the fire." Elder Ji shook his head. This woman could not be reasoned with when she was paranoid. Young women were the same, old women were also the same. Qin Feng's control over the flint fire was extremely strong. No one exploded their furnaces because of the sudden appearance of this tyrannical spiritual fire. However, there were people who wasted another set of medicinal herbs because they were distracted. Ji Huanger glanced at the flint fire in Qin Feng's pill furnace with some astonishment. Her burning heaven blood flame felt an extremely strong provocation. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and continued to refine the essence-quenching pill in the furnace. At this time, a jade liquid pill had already taken shape. In front of the stone platform, Qin Feng naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to other people's strange gazes. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the stone table. According to the order, he methodically threw the herbs into the cauldron. Then, he controlled the temperature of the flint fire and extracted the essence of the various herbs. Impurities and waste gas were all refined from one side of the pill furnace. Under Qin Feng's control, the embryonic form of the bone-tempering pill appeared in the reddish-gold furnace fire within a dozen breaths. The naming elder looked at this scene in surprise. During this process, he seemed to see an alchemy grandmaster. The medicinal herbs in Qin Feng's hands were not wasted at all. This kind of precision almost reached the realm of nature. The naming elder was shocked. Even when he extracted the essence of the medicinal herbs, it was inevitable that a part of the medicinal properties would be lost. However, Qin Feng had perfectly extracted all the medicinal properties. This kind of precise control of the spiritual fire was simply abnormal. Elder Ji Yu's mind was shaken. The prejudice she had always had was loosening. She frowned and looked surprised. It's actually so powerful. This kind of controllability could only be achieved by an alchemist who had perfect control of the medicinal properties and flames. Qin Feng was too young. It was impossible for him to have this kind of ability. Moreover, the speed of condensing the medicinal essence was far faster than that of an ordinary grade 1 alchemist. His control over the medicinal properties of the herbs was almost perfect without the slightest flaw. This kind of confidence, this kind of calmness compared to the other assessment apprentices suddenly formed a sharp contrast. Even Meng Ran, the disciple of Master Long Mei, and Zhou Ro were a little nervous. Bang! There was a loud sound. She was distracted and focused on Qin Feng's progress. The alchemy furnace of the second young man on the left exploded. The loud sound disturbed the others. Puff! After a few muffled, thunder-like sounds, the medicinal herbs in the alchemy furnaces of the surrounding people were instantly turned into ashes. The few of them looked unlucky. They could only choose the medicinal herbs again and start refining again. The young man whose alchemy furnace exploded smiled bitterly. The mechanism under his feet moved, and a big hole appeared. He fell down instantly. Qin Feng's mind was as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples. Seeing this calmness, the naming elder nodded repeatedly. This is a talented young man. He can eliminate interference and not be affected by external things. This is very rare. Not bad. To be able to eliminate interference and not be affected by external demons, this is a very important quality. Elder Ji Yu's expression was relaxed. Qin Feng's performance shocked her. In all fairness, this kind of performance was just as good as hers. This kind of calmness, especially in the face of external influences, completely overturned her prejudice. As an alchemist who was about to touch the threshold, Elder Ji Yu was very clear that the higher the grade of the pills, the greater the interference. Especially when refining pills that contain the essence of heaven and earth, there was even the lightning tribulation of heaven and earth, and the bombardment of earth, water, wind, and fire. There was even the mental demon tribulation. This is a good seedling. If he can pass the assessment, I must recommend him to senior brother Zhuang He. Elder Jiyu thought in her heart, and a rare smile appeared on her face. While Qin Feng was concentrating, the pill in the alchemy furnace condensed countless times. Finally, it was completely formed and became round. This kind of speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 breaths. With a thought, Qin Feng controlled the golden flint fire to tremble. The pill that was about to take shape in the cauldron spun and turned into 18 embryonic pills. Qin Feng continued to control the flint fire, and the 18 bone-tempering pills quickly took shape. Each and every one of them shone with a golden luster, exuding a fragrant pill fragrance. Each and every one of them moved around in the furnace, carrying an extraordinary spirituality. Spiritual light swirled around them like golden lightning. A fragrant aroma spread in the air. Puchi! The sound of the alchemy furnace burning the herbs to ashes was heard. The surrounding apprentices raised their heads in unison. This was the fragrance of pills that were about to come out of the furnace. This kind of speed was simply too fast. It had only been less than 200 breaths. It was so freakish to refine pills so quickly. A black-robed young man appeared in their line of sight. Meng Ran and Zhou Rou's faces changed drastically. It was actually him. Just as several pairs of eyes fell on Qin Feng, Qin Feng's brows twitched. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind hit the lid of the alchemy furnace. With a loud clank, the lid loosened, and more than a dozen golden luster pills flew out. Qin Feng waved his sleeves, and an invisible force surged out. All the pills were forcibly sucked into Qin Feng's palm. 18 shiny, round pills floated above Qin Feng's palm like stars in the sky. Success. Moreover, it was 18 bone-tempering pills at once. Every single one of them was high grade, shining with a golden luster and surrounded by spiritual energy. All of them were high-grade pills. In less than 200 breaths, 18 pills were formed. Every single one of them was high grade, without a single flaw. The entire arena was silent as everyone stared blankly at the black-robed young man. This kind of refining speed was godly. He was simply the king of mass production, faster than a hen laying eggs. This is the second update. There will be a third and fourth update to come. Chapter 3:18. On the center of Qin Feng's palm, there were 18 round medicinal pills that shone with a brilliant golden light. They were speckled like stars, and they emitted the aura of perfection that was born from nature. Generally speaking, only high-grade medicinal pills without any impurities would exude this innate perfect aura. These were definitely 18 high-grade medicinal pills. All eyes fell on Qin Feng, and the shock in their eyes was difficult to hide. This young man not only refined pills quickly, but his success rate was also abnormally high. One set of bone-tempering pill medicinal ingredients, and he refined 18 pills at once, each of which was high-grade. Many alchemist apprentices were dizzy. On the opposite side, Ji Huanger looked at the medicinal ingredients that had turned into ashes in the alchemy furnace, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. She was actually surpassed by this bastard again. Around the circular arena, all eyes fell on Qin Feng. Although a first-grade alchemist had just entered the grade, no matter which big force he entered, he would be a cash cow for these big forces and would be treated with courtesy. Even if he entered a super first-rate force like Xingqian School, he would be treated as an outer disciple as soon as he entered. On the spectator's stand, Yu Ji, who had silver hair and a snow-white robe and a graceful figure, was standing in front of the railing. Her eyes wandered and fell on the black-clothed youth. She sized him up. It was also her first time seeing such a stunning Grade 1 alchemist. He refined the famous bone-tempering pill among the first-grade medicinal pills, 18 pills at once, each of which was high-grade. Such a result, even she was no better than this at the beginning. Although Qin Feng slightly surprised Yuji only glanced at him. Even if a first-grade alchemist was stunning, in the eyes of a fourth-grade alchemist, it was just so. Half an hour later, After scrapping a set of medicinal ingredients, Meng Ran successfully refined the qi-returning pill. 6 pills were formed at once, each of which was as pure as snow, but the aura was slightly flawed and could only be regarded as middle grade. However, even so, Meng Ran was still overjoyed. Not long after, Ji Huang'er successfully refined the quenching pill, 9 pills at once, each of which was flawless and perfect. It was also a high-grade pill. Ji Huang'er's beautiful face was not happy. If Qin Feng was not in front of her, this result would definitely be excellent. Thinking of Qin Feng's performance, Ji Huang bit her lower lip with a complicated expression. Her eyes were fixed on the black-clothed youth who had long since succeeded in refining the pill and was now meditating. Ji Huang'er thought in her heart, Qin Feng, although I don't know what method you use to refine 18 high-grade pills in one go, Ji Huang'er, will definitely not lose to you. Just as the assessment was about to end, Zhou Rou successfully refined 3 fiery red crimson vitality pills. Each of the 3 crimson vitality pills shone with a red luster. Zhou Rou couldn't hide the joy between her brows, but when her eyes swept over Qin Feng, her pretty face couldn't help but reveal a trace of unnaturalness. Clang! At this moment, a bell rang around the circular arena. The alchemist test was over. Some of the apprentices, who were sweating profusely in refining pills, turned pale. Their faces revealed a trace of unwillingness as they resentfully stopped what they were doing. Qin Feng woke up from his meditation and stood up. He didn't know when the invisible light curtain around the stone platform had been removed. On Qin Feng's face, there was a faint smile. After this round of refining pills, Qin Feng felt that there were some new spiritual objects in his body that could control the heaven and earth cinnabar. Using the spiritual fire to refine pills seemed to be the best way to familiarize himself with the spiritual fire. The Sui's sovereign spirit vein in his body grew more and more spiritual fire, and Qin Feng had a deeper understanding of the conflict between the 3 types of spiritual fire. Qin Feng raised his head. Qin Feng could clearly feel that there were many eyes that were faintly focused on him. Turning his head, Qin Feng saw Ji Huang'er's indignant and unwilling expression. Qin Feng smiled at Ji Huang'er. Seeing Qin Feng looking at her, Ji Huang'er's chest rose and fell rapidly, and she suddenly snorted coldly. Smelly smugness. Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and after a while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seems like I gave her the most ruthless treatment last time. Qin Feng still underestimated a woman's vengeful nature. At this time, Elder Ji Yu and Elder Ji Yu had already finished their inspection. Originally, there were 15 to 16 people in the alchemist assessment, but now there were only 10 people left. Among the 10 people, there were 4 or 5 people who had consumed 3 sets of medicinal herbs and failed to refine pills. These people were undoubtedly eliminated. There were less than 5 people left. On Qin Feng's side, including Qin Feng, there was only one other black-robed apprentice. Opposite him were Ji Huang'er, Meng Ran, and Zhou Rou. Elder Ji Yu and Elder Ji Yu seemed to be inspecting the pills refined by Zhou Rou and Meng Ran. Both of them took out the pills, and after carefully observing the color and luster, they nodded at each other and smiled faintly. Not bad, although the color is a little lacking, and the control of the fire was checked, but they still passed the assessment. Hearing this, Meng Ran and Zhou Rou's tense nerves relaxed, and they looked at each other with a trace of joy. Although a Grade 1 alchemist had just entered the grade, whether it was status or identity, there was a huge difference between heaven and earth compared to before. At this time, if they applied to enter Xingqian school, there would be no difficulty. This was a ticket. Grasping it was like opening a door to the heavens. After checking the pills of the 2 people, Elder Ji Yu and Elder Ji Yu came to the other black-robed apprentice. Unfortunately, this black-robed apprentice did not pass the assessment. This black-robed apprentice stood dejectedly on the spot, and his face was full of depression. Young man, don't be depressed. If you can't do it this time, you may be able to pass next time if you prepare seriously. Every alchemist master has failed before, and they also learn from their failures to finally break through again and again. After checking the black-robed apprentices, the naming elder and the jade elder turned their gazes to the last two apprentices. Qin Feng and Ji Huanger smiled and looked at each other. Elder Ji, you said with a smile, there is no need to check your pills. The aura of a high-grade pill cannot be faked. Both of you have passed the assessment. Elder Ji Yu's eyebrows moved slightly as she said, congratulations, you have passed the Grade 1 Alchemist assessment. From today onwards, you are official alchemists. Hearing this, everyone in the circular arena stood up and looked at the four young men and women in the arena. At this moment, the four of them became the focus of attention. At this time, a group of gray-robed alchemists walked up with trays. On the exquisite jade trays, there was a Grade 1 Alchemist badge and an exquisite, comfortable, and smooth black uniform robe. For people, one for each person. Half an hour later, Qin Feng escaped from the hundreds of enthusiastic new alchemist apprentices. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he glanced at the round arena that was packed to the brim. This group of junior sisters and senior sisters are too enthusiastic. Hurriedly running out, Qin Feng covered his head with the brim of his hat and appeared in the alchemy hall. Looking back from time to time, Qin Feng had a lingering fear on his face. Glancing at the empty hall, Qin Feng muttered to himself and walked toward the registration point. Renting the alchemy room is registered on the left. If you want to apply for the alchemist assessment, you can fill in the form. It was still the freckled, black-robed alchemist girl. The girl lowered her head and filled in the information. Her cute little face was tense and full of anger. Suddenly, as if she had noticed something, the freckled girl raised her head and looked at the familiar black-robed young man in front of her. She opened her mouth. Why is it you again? Yes, it's me again. I want to take the Grade 2 Alchemist assessment. Third update, fourth update. Chapter 319. Didn't you just take the Grade 1 Alchemist exam? The freckled girl looked at the young man in black. Yes. Qin Feng nodded as a matter of course. Then why do you still want to take the exam? Wait, you just said you want to apply for the Grade 2 Alchemist exam. The freckled girl cried out. She had a strange expression on her face as she stared at Qin Feng for a moment. Senior brother, don't make it difficult for me. To apply for the Grade 2 Alchemist exam, you need at least a Grade 1 Alchemist qualification badge. Are you talking about this thing? I have my stuff. Qin Feng casually threw the Grade 1 Alchemist badge that he had just obtained onto the counter with a bang. The freckled girl's words stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at the strange blue and white badge in front of her. The girl was very familiar with this badge. It was the Grade 1 Alchemist badge. This eccentric senior brother who spent a lot of money to experience the life of an alchemist actually passed the alchemist exam. The freckled girl was very surprised. Can I sign up now? Qin Feng asked softly. The freckled girl woke up and said hurriedly, Senior brother, I'll help you fill in the form. With the previous experience, Qin Feng's registration was much faster this time. Not long after, the freckled girl finished filling out a form. The freckled girl looked at the young man in black and said softly with shock in her eyes, Senior brother Qin Feng, the Grade 2 Alchemist exam requires 800 points. May I ask if you want to pay now? The registration fee for the Grade 2 Alchemist exam is actually 800 points. How black-hearted, Qin Feng muttered and handed the points card to the freckled girl. The freckled girl took the points card. After a few breaths, she handed the points card and the registration form to Qin Feng. At the same time, the freckled girl instructed, Senior brother Qin Feng, you came at the right time this time. Today's Grade 2 Alchemist exam is in half an hour. The location is opposite the Grade 1 Alchemist exam site. Okay. Qin Feng took the points card and registration form. Under the freckled girl's complicated gaze, he walked toward the Grade 2 Alchemist exam site. After a few dozen breaths of time, Qin Feng unexpectedly saw Ji Huanger, who had slipped out of the circular arena, outside the assessment point. It's you. Looking at the somewhat sneaky black-clothed youth with the brim of his hat, Ji Huang wrinkled her jade-like nose and lightly snorted. I didn't expect you to sneak out too. The red-clothed girl glanced at the opposite door. Her gaze followed Qin Feng's footsteps, and her eyes lit up. Rank 2 Alchemist Test Site. Qin Feng, you are indeed treacherous and cunning. You actually thought of running to the Level 2 Alchemist examination site to avoid those people's entanglement. After saying that, the red-clothed girl coldly glanced at the black-clothed youth and directly walked in. Qin Feng looked at the red-clothed girl's figure as she walked in proudly. The corner of his mouth twitched a little. Qin Feng, why are you here? Suddenly, a somewhat dignified voice appeared in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng was about to follow in, and his footsteps stagnated. Qin Feng turned around, and two familiar figures appeared behind him. They were the two elders in charge of the Grade 1 Alchemist exam just now. The Immortalizing Elder and the Jade Elder. Qin Feng had an impression of them. Walking over, the Immortalizing Elder looked up and down at Qin Feng. His gaze fell on the door, and he nodded. He said with a smile on his face, "You want to go in and observe the Grade 2 Alchemist exam, right? That's a good idea. Observing the Grade 2 Alchemist exam will be of great benefit to you in the future. Young man, you are very motivated." Since Qin Feng had successfully refined the bone-tempering pill, the Jade Elder's impression of Qin Feng had improved a lot. He also nodded when he heard that. "Let's go in together. Coincidentally, the two of us are also the hosts of the Grade 2 Alchemist exam this time." Hearing the two elders' words, Qin Feng blinked and hesitated for a while before speaking. Elders, actually, I want to go in and participate in the Grade 2 Alchemist exam." After the young man in black spoke, the two Grade 4 alchemists who were walking in front of him instantly lost their footing. "You want to go in and participate in the Grade 2 Alchemist exam?" The two elders were shocked. "Elders, why are you still here and not entering the second hall?" At this moment, a pleasant voice was heard. A beautiful lady with snow-white hair and a silver robe walked out of the first-round arena. "So, it's Miss Yuji." The Immortalizing Elder exhaled softly and let go of the shock in his heart. He glanced at Qin Feng and shook his head. This kid is definitely messing around. The Immortalizing Elder glanced at Yuji and took half a step back. Yuji's identity was very special. The two elders looked at her with an equal and even respectful expression. This young lady indeed had the ability to make the two Grade 4 Alchemist elders admire her from the bottom of their hearts. A 23-year-old Grade 4 alchemist, a 23-year-old Sea of Reincarnation Realm expert, the successor of Master Zhuang He, and a direct disciple of Xingqian School. No matter which title it was enough to scare a group of people to death. This was a true little tycoon. Within Xingqian School, there were many tyrannical existences who believed that Yuji would reach the Nirvana realm. He might break through to the Nirvana stage before the age of 30 and become the youngest martial Dao powerhouse in the history of the Star Sect. Yuji glanced at the two elders and glanced at Qin Feng from the corner of her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flickered. "You are Qin Feng. You want to participate in the Grade 2 Alchemist exam." Yuji's torch-like eyes landed on the form in Qin Feng's hand. This beautiful lady had an extremely tyrannical aura. After being glanced at by her, Qin Feng's muscles stiffened. For a moment, he felt as though he had fallen into an endless starfield. She smiled gently. "A very good idea. This is a new attempt. Of course, with your age, even if you don't pass, it doesn't matter. This attempt can be considered as accumulating experience for the next real exam." Yuji's words didn't seem to be optimistic about Qin Feng. This wasn't discrimination. Generally speaking, after a normal alchemist apprentice passed the Grade 1 Alchemist exam, they would normally spend a year or a few years to readjust. The Grade 2 Alchemist was a brand new field. This field was completely foreign to every Grade 1 Alchemist. Even if one had outstanding talent, a normal Grade 1 Alchemist would at least spend a year under the guidance of a mentor and a period of learning before attempting to become a Grade 2 Alchemist. Therefore, even with Yuji's experience, she didn't think that Qin Feng could pass the Grade 2 Alchemist exam. The Immortalizing Elder and Elder Ji nodded silently. Qin Feng was too young. A 15-year-old grade 2 alchemist. There was only one in the All-Stars College for over 1,000 years. That was Yu Ji in front of them. It was just that there was only one Yu Ji in the end. Qin Feng was still too immature. Looks like they don't seem to be too optimistic about me. Unfortunately, this time, I don't just want to become a grade 2 alchemist. Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng didn't refute it. After Yu Ji's voice fell, she headed straight for the number 2 circular arena. To her, although Qin Feng's aptitude wasn't bad, it still couldn't enter her vision. After several dozen breaths, the group appeared in the number 2 circular arena. Tomorrow is still for watch. Chapter 320. In the second arena. As soon as Ji Huang sat down, she heard exclamations around her. Many young people around couldn't help but have their eyes burning. A beautiful woman with silver hair and a snow-white robe walked in. Senior sister Yu Ji. Ji Huang's eyes moved. The next moment, Ji Huang frowned. Looking at the black-clothed youth behind Yu Ji, Ji Huang was puzzled. Why is this bastard with senior sister Yu Ji? However, the next moment, Ji Huang's beautiful face showed a trace of sluggishness. Qin Feng hesitated at the door for a moment, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he actually walked directly into the circular arena. Did this bastard go to the wrong place? Why'd he run to the stage? Didn't he just take the grade 1 alchemist assessment? Ji Huang opened her seductive red lips slightly and couldn't speak for a long time. In the second round arena, the number of people taking the grade 2 alchemist assessment was much more than Qin Feng imagined on the same stone platform. The stone platforms that were divided from each other were arranged in 3 rows, and each stone platform was separated by a distance of 2 feet, which was enough for each grade 1 alchemist to perform perfectly. Qin Feng stood in the second row, the same stone platform, the same pill furnace. However, it could be seen that the quality of the pill furnace in the second arena was much better than the pill furnace in the first arena. Here comes a little kid, a new face. Where did this little guy come from? He actually wants to take the grade 2 alchemist assessment? Boy, how old are you? A voice with ridicule appeared in his ears, and Qin Feng raised his head. Qin Feng looked over, and Qin Feng unexpectedly found that most of the participants in the grade 2 alchemist assessment this time were middle-aged people. Among the 20 or so people, most of them were over 30 or 40 years old. There was even a white-haired old man in a black robe. The rest of the small group was also around 24 or 25 years old. Although Qin Feng's temperament had changed a little after cultivating the art of primeval chaos stars, he was no longer as young and immature as he was half a year ago. But his bone age couldn't be hidden from many powerhouses. Qin Feng could sense that many gazes were looking at him with a hint of mockery in them. He was probably laughing at him for overestimating himself. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, but his face remained expressionless. His eyes fell on the stone platform as he inspected the auxiliary equipment and the alchemy furnace to see if it was in good condition. Next to the sundial, the 3 black-robed pharmacists looked all around. Beside the naming elder and holding jade elder, there was another elder who was a tier 5 alchemist. Qin Feng glanced at this dignified 5th grade alchemist grandmaster. He wasn't tall, and he was leaning on a black cane. He had a 3-foot-long silver beard, and his small eyes were indifferent. When his gaze swept over, it was as if the world was changing. Qin Feng was no stranger to this master. This was the other vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Master Lian Shan. This Grandmaster Lian Shan was extremely famous. It was rumored that he was the hall master of All Stars College's medicine concocting hall. He was in charge of everything in the All Stars College's medicine concocting hall. This was a magnate. At this moment, a sudden clamor came from the entrance of the second round arena. The group appeared at the entrance of the circular arena. The people who came seemed to have an extraordinary status. The leader was a tier 4 alchemist in a black robe. This was an incomparably handsome youth. He was tall, had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an elegant demeanor. Qin Feng frowned. This person was Yi Ding, who had threatened to make things difficult for him. At this moment, Yi Ding had actually passed the Tier 4 alchemist exam and became an influential Tier 4 alchemist. Yi Ding was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Every single one of them was a beautiful woman. Some were graceful, some were mature and dignified, some were dressed like young married women. Amidst their maturity, there was a faint trace of shyness, and there were even some that were young and delicate. There were a total of over 10 people. Many of them were dressed like alchemists. These beautiful women had starry eyes. They would occasionally glance at the handsome youth in the center with a trace of moving tenderness. It's actually him. Yi Ding is actually here too? What? Senior brother Yi Ding is here too? No, it's elder Yi Ding. He has advanced to a Tier 4 alchemist and has been conferred the position of elder by the Alchemist Guild. He is now the youngest elder in the Alchemist Guild other than senior sister Yuji. Hearing the exclamations, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Since the last time he saw Yi Ding, Qin Feng had collected some information about this Yi Ding, even though he didn't do it on purpose. This Yi Ding's experience could be considered legendary. It was rumored that this child was a person with great luck. This fellow was originally a disciple of a 1,000-year-old family. Later on, the Yi family was exterminated by their enemies. When he was chased with no way out, he accidentally entered the family's forbidden area, the Poison Dragon Pool. In the Poison Dragon Pool, he actually obtained the family's 1,000-year lost treasure, the Black Dragon Cauldron. He also obtained the Yi family's first-generation ancestors' inheritance, the Blackwater True Dragon Art. Then, he left the Poison Dragon Pool at the age of 7 and wandered alone. Along the way, he had many fortuitous encounters and romantic encounters. He obtained the favor of many important people and even got to know many close female friends. There were mature and alluring wives of famous experts, flirtatious witches, seductresses, gorgeous women, and even some saintesses of large sections. There were also young ladies from large families, pretty girls from small families, and cute Lolita junior sisters. When he arrived at All Stars College, he was even more outstanding. He attracted the favor of many beautiful senior sisters and junior sisters. He even obtained the appreciation of a big shot from Xingqian School and was taken in as a foster son. After entering the Alchemist Guild, he was even more out of control. He came into contact with alchemists at the age of 20. In a short 5 to 6 years, he went from a layman who knew nothing about alchemy to a Tier 4 alchemist. This kind of cultivation speed was not inferior to Yuji's at that time. Many alchemists thought highly of him and believed that he would be able to advance to a Tier 7 alchemist grandmaster before the age of 40. It was said that this senior brother Yi Ding was deeply in love with senior sister Yuji and had always been bitterly pursuing her. At the entrance, Yi Ding saw the beautiful figure in the stand with a glance. A trace of confidence flashed in his eyes. He believed that with his charm, no woman could resist him. Foster father said that I might be the legendary son of destiny. I have great luck and am destined to be a Deshang in the future. Although Yuji has rejected me time and time again, she will eventually become one of my women and become my plaything in bed. The woman that this young master fancies will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Yi Ding sneered in his heart, but his face was calm and indifferent. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the black-robed old man in the arena. He bowed slightly to Grandmaster Lianshan. Grandmaster Lianshan, confident and calm, unyielding yet humble. Coupled with his aptitude and various halos, this kind of performance was almost perfect. Many alchemists in the second-round arena had a favorable impression of him. This kid is not bad. Grandmaster Lianshan praised in his heart. He stroked his 3 feet long silver beard and sighed in admiration. Kid, you're here for Yuji, right? Go on. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yi Ding smiled gently. He turned around and looked at the beautiful figure in the stands with a gentle gaze. He walked towards Yuji. As expected, he is here for senior sister Yuji. Senior brother Yi is truly devoted to senior sister Yuji. Isn't that so? I heard that senior brother Yi didn't hesitate to take the risk and entered the pond of illusionary ripples. I heard that senior sister Yuji is lacking a unique spiritual herb that only exists in the pond of illusionary ripples as an auxiliary medicine. In just an instant, Yi Ding's appearance became the focal point of the second round arena. Even the Tier 2 alchemist test paled in comparison to him. He was blessed with great luck and could turn the world upside down with just a thought. Many people were sighing. According to this trend, it was only a matter of time before Yuji was conquered. Right at this moment, a young lady in a green dress beside Yi Ding scanned the stone platform area. Her gaze fell on Qin Feng. Her eyes moved slightly as she recognized this black-robed young man. "It's him." She walked to Yi Ding's side and whispered in his ear. Yi Ding narrowed his eyes, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his starry eyes. He coldly swept a glance at Qin Feng and shook his head. "Just a small character. Don't bother about him for now." Ji Huang was only a backup in the harem. Currently, the most important thing was to bring Yu Ji into the bed. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after subduing this beauty. First update, next update, 3 updates. Chapter 321. A person with great fortune. Qin Feng sneered as he looked at Yi Ding, who was full of confidence and claimed to be elegant and calm. In the golden era, such people with great fortune were not rare. Clang! Right at this moment, the clear sound of a bell rang out. The naming elder glanced at the sundial in the center of the arena and asked Grandmaster Lianshan. Grandmaster Lianshan nodded. The naming elder took a step forward. He shouted, "The second-grade alchemist test begins now." At the same time, a team of gray-robed alchemists walked in with white jade trays. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the trays. On the trays were parchment scrolls. Soon, a gray-robed alchemist walked in front of Qin Feng. "Please choose a pill formula." Qin Feng's eyes fell on the trays. On the trays, there were more than 10 pill formulas that were well preserved with parchment. Qin Feng took a parchment scroll and peeled off the parchment. A pill formula appeared in his eyes. Soul Refining Pill. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Qin Feng was no stranger to this soul refining pill. Qin Feng had spent a large sum of money to buy this pill in the contribution hall. This kind of elixir was very beneficial to martial artists at the 12th or even the 13th heavenly layer. It could strengthen a martial artist's chi. A single soul refining pill was comparable to several months of cultivation with other pills. This item was extremely precious. Back then, Qin Feng had only bought 2 bottles, and he had almost gone bankrupt. In the contribution hall, a soul refining pill not only cost 200 points, but also 5 merit points. This was a sky-high price. Among the many second-grade pills, the soul refining pill was of a slightly higher grade than the jade spirit pill. However, the difficulty of refining it was considered average. Qin Feng raised his head. Some people around him had drawn the extremely difficult Origin Essence pill. This was a second-grade pill used when martial artists were breaking through to the Meridian's condensation stage to increase the Origin Essence fire. There are also people who had drawn the Source Condensing pill. This second-grade pill could help refine a martial artist's sixth sense and perfect their mental strength. These were all second-grade pills, which were extremely difficult to refine. In comparison, Qin Feng's luck was much better. In fact, whether it was the soul refining pill, or the more difficult essence pill, or the source condensing pill, it was a piece of cake for the current Qin Feng. He closed his eyes and sensed the blazing flint fire of heaven and earth in the cauldron. Batch after batch of medicinal herbs were thrown into the cauldron in an orderly manner. Qin Feng controlled the golden flame to gradually remove the impurities from these medicinal herbs and fuse some of their medicinal properties. Some were refined into medicinal liquid. Some were refined into powder. Some were refined into powder. He was multitasking, and his every move had a rhythm that was pleasing to the eye. This kind of temperament was very unique. It unconsciously attracted the gazes of many alchemists. Qin Feng did not pay attention to these gazes. On the stone platform, The refined medicinal ingredients were thrown back into the cauldron one by one. Every time a medicinal ingredient was thrown in, Qin Feng would repeatedly adjust the flame to ensure that the temperature of the flame was not too high or too low. He would ensure that the medicinal properties were perfectly displayed and there would not be any mistakes. This kind of perfect control of the flame stunned some of the elders. Whose disciple is this little guy? His skills are not bad. Look at him refining the medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs. His movements are like moving clouds and flowing water without a trace of obscurity. Whether it is the control of the flame or the research of the pill formula, they have all reached the point of perfection. Whose disciple is this? He actually hid his talent for so long? Grandmaster Lian Shan had long noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng was too young. In a group of middle-aged alchemists, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He originally thought that this black-clothed youth only wanted to experience the process of becoming a second-grade alchemist. However, after carefully observing the square, Grandmaster Lian Shan's expression became more and more surprised. Qin Feng's technique was too familiar. Even an ordinary third-grade alchemist would not have this kind of ability to freely combine the medicinal properties of medicinal ingredients with his fingers. The more Grandmaster Lian Shan looked, the more puzzled he became. In recent years, the other alchemists of the All-Stars College's Alchemist Guild had never received such an outstanding disciple. On the side, naming Elder and holding Jade Elder had long been confused by Qin Feng's series of fluent techniques. Qin Feng's technique of refining the soul refining pill did not resemble that of a first-grade alchemist who had just passed the exam. If someone were to say that he was a third-grade alchemist, there would definitely be people who would believe it. In almost half a quarter of an hour, the second-grade soul refining pill had already begun to take shape in the furnace. This kind of speed was simply too shocking. One must know that at this time, the other alchemists were still refining the supplementary medicinal ingredients in batches according to the steps. This kid can actually refine second-grade medicinal pills. He wasn't just joking about experiencing the process of becoming a second-grade alchemist. Inwardly thinking, naming Elder and holding Jade, Elder glanced at each other and clenched their fists. Why aren't you saying anything? Turning around, Grandmaster Lian Shan frowned and glanced at naming Elder and holding Jade Elder. These two elders had a very strange expression on their faces. Hearing Grandmaster Lian Shan's words, naming Elder and holding Jade Elder suddenly woke up from their shock. Somewhat hesitant, they glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. Naming Elder took a step forward and said softly, "Senior brother Lian Shan, this kid doesn't have a master." Doesn't have a master? Grandmaster Lian Shan's eyes lit up. Inside the furnace, the golden flame was neither fast nor slow. Slowly, 12 round jade liquid pills were formed in the center of the furnace. The jade liquid pill was half liquid and half solid. This was the embryonic form of a medicinal pill. Qin Feng controlled the flint fire and continued to refine the pills. 12 jade liquid pills took shape one after another in the flint fire. Each of the jade liquid pills emitted a dense purple light and shone brightly in the furnace as if they were alive. Qin Feng continued to use the flint fire to refine the pills for half a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and flicked his finger. A strand of points hit the mechanism on the lid of the furnace. Gotcha! The furnace was opened. 12 purple stars flew out of the furnace. Xiao xiao xiao. This soul refining pill already had a spirituality. Try to run. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth slightly twitches. With a shake of his body, a reddish-gold spiritual vein around him rises into the air and turns into a spiritual snake, swallowing these 12 soul-refining pills directly. The Sui sovereign spirit vein carried the 12 soul-refining pills and entered his body. Using people to nourish pills, using pills to nourish qi. Looking at this scene from afar, the eyes of many alchemists lit up. This was an ability that only high-level alchemists had. This ability was very mysterious. It could absorb the pills into the body's spirit vein to nourish them. Using the spirit vein to refine the pills would in turn nourish the spirit vein. This was a very mysterious realm. At this point, Qin Feng could already be considered a grade 2 alchemist. Gazes fell on the black-clothed youth. The shock in their eyes could not be concealed. A 15-year-old grade 2 alchemist. In the 1,000 years of the capital of stars, there was only UG. This talent was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Even Yi Ding was inferior to her at this age. On the spectator stand, Ji Huang sat there in a daze. This bastard actually succeeded. A 15-year-old grade 2 alchemist. Am I going to be suppressed by him again? Ji Huang, eyes were filled with unwillingness. Looking at Qin Feng, who had successfully refined the soul-refining pills on the stone platform, the light in Master Lian Shan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Looks like in a few years, another young grade 4 alchemist will appear in our capital of stars. This is the fortune of our capital of stars alchemist guild. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and adjusted his breath. At this moment, he looked into his body. In the golden sway, sovereign spirit vein, there were spirit pills shining with purple light flowing happily. They were receiving the refinement and nourishment of the heaven and earth's sway fire. At the same time, these pills released a trace of mysterious qi, causing the spirit vein to undergo a miraculous change. Second update, third update, fourth update. Chapter 322. After absorbing the mystical energy from the medicinal pellets, Qin Feng realized that the tyrannical fire in the sway sovereign spirit veins had become gentler. With a thought, Qin Feng conjured a crimson golden flame on his palm. The flame changing its shape as he wished. Qin Feng felt that if he concocted a few more batches of medicinal pellets, he might be able to harmonize the 3 spirit fires. Correspondingly, after being nourished by the sway sovereign's spiritual veins, the 12 purple pellets shone with a purple aura, as if they were innately engraved with a deep purple pattern. Medicinal pellet patterns. Only the highest grade medicinal pellets would have such patterns. Good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. These medicinal pellets were irreplaceable for the strong cultivators who wanted to build a strong foundation in the martial Tao. If it was a high-grade medicinal pellet, the medicinal pellet would be nourished in the spirit veins, allowing the alchemist to gain even more benefits. Qin Feng thought of the Xian Wu divine pellet and thought to himself, what a pity I didn't preserve that treasure, or else I could have sent it into the spirit veins to nourish it, and a true divine pellet might have been formed. Qin Feng continued to circulate the art of chaos star scripture, mobilizing the sway sovereign spirit veins to nourish the medicinal pellets. As for the other 2 spirit veins, Qin Feng didn't use them. The sun spirit vein and the burning sky spirit vein were both extremely tyrannical. These 2 spirit veins were not suitable for nurturing ordinary elixirs. Otherwise, ordinary elixirs would not be able to withstand the sun true flame and the burning sky blood flame's temperature. They would be easily refined. I'll gather some medicinal pellets and concoct a cauldron of 9 yang pellets. The 9 yang pellets are especially suitable for nourishing the sun spirit vein, and the nirvana pellets are the best for nourishing the heaven-burning spirit vein. Thinking to himself, Qin Feng circulated the art of chaos star scripture and squeezed out all the benefits of the 12 soul refining pellets. An hour later, Qin Feng felt that the 12 soul refining pellets in the sway sovereign spirit veins had reached their limit. The patterns on the 12 soul refining pellets appeared. Qin Feng knew that the 12 soul refining pellets had reached their limit. Any further nourishment would no longer be of much use to the sway sovereign spirit veins. This was because the soul refining pills grade was too low. In the next moment, Qin Feng stood up and an invisible aura vibrated around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 purple lights flew out one after another. Qin Feng's eyes moved slightly as he waved his sleeve. An invisible force froze the 12 soul refining pills. Qin Feng quickly picked up a jade bottle. With a slight wave of his hand, he accurately collected the 12 purple light beads into the jade bottle. Slowly raising his head, Qin Feng realized that the Level 2 alchemist examination had come to an end. The sundial in the middle of the arena showed that 6 hours were almost up. Qin Feng glanced around. There weren't many people who had completed the Rank 2 alchemist examination. Many of them were sweating profusely. The 3 sets of herbs in front of them were all thrown into the alchemy cauldron. However, there were fewer cauldrons exploding. Not long after, there was a crisp sound of a bell ringing. Following this ringing sound, the entire Grade 2 alchemist examination was announced to be over. After half a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng walked out of the round arena number 2. There was an emblem on his palm, the Rank 2 alchemist emblem. Behind Qin Feng, the red-clothed girl walked out. Her beautiful eyes looked at the black-clothed youth. Ji Huang, her beautiful eyes had an unknown feeling. Qin Feng, congratulations. Right at this moment, another voice sounded. Qin Feng turned around. Yu Ji's figure appeared in his eyes. Beside Yu Ji was an incomparably handsome black-clothed youth. Yu Ji's bright eyes were filled with hope. Her phoenix eyes looked at Qin Feng with slight surprise. A 15-year-old Rank 2 alchemist. This was yet another monstrous genius, especially when she learned from Ji Huang, that this person had just won the Hidden Dragon Points competition. A guy with good potential. This kind of person already had the qualifications to attract her attention, but it was just that. Her beautiful eyes were indifferent. Yu Ji walked towards another examination area. She still needed to preside over the Grade 3 alchemist examination. At this moment, Master Lianshan and the rest must have already arrived. After Yu Ji left, Yi Ding walked over surrounded by a group of orioles and swallows. Yi Ding sized up Qin Feng, frowned slightly, and said after a moment, Junior brother Qin Feng, congratulations on becoming a Rank 2 alchemist. From now on, you stepped into the true hall of alchemists. He praised, but the next moment he changed the topic. However, Junior brother Qin Feng, your aptitude is not bad, but young people can't be arrogant. You're only a Rank 2 alchemist. You still have a long way to go. His expression was indifferent. His slender eyebrows were like sharp swords. His eyes sized up Qin Feng with a trace of sharpness. His tone was somewhat meaningful. Was this a warning or a show of strength? Qin Feng was expressionless. After speaking, the group of people left. Qin Feng looked at the back of Yi Ding's group, and his eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. Rank 4 alchemist? Hee. Qin Feng thought for a moment, turned around, and walked towards the alchemist hall. After dozens of breaths, Qin Feng's figure appeared in front of the counter once again. At this moment, the freckled girl was greeting another black-robed apprentice. At this moment, she raised her head and just happened to see a familiar figure. Senior brother, you are? The freckled girl looked at Qin Feng with a questioning gaze. When the black-robed apprentice saw Qin Feng's official black-robed alchemist uniform, he hurriedly stepped aside respectfully. Qin Feng directly took out the Rank 2 badge that symbolized the qualifications of a Rank 2 alchemist and threw it in front of the freckled girl. The freckled girl stared blankly at the Rank 2 alchemist badge in front of her. This strange senior brother in front of her actually passed the Rank 2 alchemist exam. However, Qin Feng's next sentence completely stunned her. Help me fill in the registration form. I want to apply for the Rank 3 alchemist exam. Rumble. Rank 3 alchemist exam? With a buzzing sound in her head, the freckled girl's mouth opened into an O shape. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and help me fill in the registration form. I heard that the Rank 3 alchemist exam is about to begin. Qin Feng knocked on the table to remind her. At this time, Ji Huang also walked out of a side door of the alchemist hall. The alchemist hall was empty and seemed very spacious. Black-robed apprentices came in and out in 2s and 3s, discussing and arguing. There were also some students of All Stars College who came in and entered the library next to it, trying to get in touch with the way of alchemy. The hall was very quiet. An elegant and tranquil medicinal fragrance came over, and Ji Huang, Er's beautiful face revealed a trace of a comfortable smile. The stuffy feeling that she had suppressed at Qin Feng's place seemed to have obtained a certain degree of relief. At this moment, an extremely familiar figure appeared in front of Ji Huang Er's eyes. Qin Feng, that bastard again. But what is he doing in front of the counter? Ji Huang Er's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity, and a strange color flickered in her beautiful eyes. Ji Huang slightly muttered to herself and stopped in her tracks. She wanted to see what Qin Feng wanted to do. Well, Senior Qin Feng, this is your registration form. The Rank 3 Alchemist exam will be held in half an hour at the third round arena. Please participate on time. After helping Qin Feng register again, the freckled girl handed a registration form and a point card to Qin Feng in a daze. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't even notice when Qin Feng left. There's a fourth update that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.